Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Please take your seats. I have received notice from the Minister for Communities that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has of course been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on a speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this by rising in their place as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I'd ask members to be concise in asking their questions. Thank you very much. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to update the House today on some of the measures that my party colleague Deirdre Hargey instigated as Minister for Communities to ensure that the Department for Communities could support people who are affected by COVID-19. As members will be aware, as part of the response to the current pandemic, my department introduced a number of emergency changes to the discretionary support scheme. These measures included increasing the maximum income a person can receive before becoming ineligible for discretionary support. This means that anybody with an income of up to £20,405, whether they're in work or receiving benefits, may be eligible for a payment. We introduced a new discretionary support self-isolation grant for people who have been diagnosed with COVID-19 or are advised to self-isolate in accordance with official guidance. With the introduction of this new grant scheme on the 25th of March 2020, we ensured that people here in the North who are on low incomes were amongst the first to be able to access specific financial support. There simply has been no comparable support available to most people in Britain. I am pleased to note that the rapid response of the Assembly in approving the necessary changes to the discretionary support legislation, alongside the effort of my department in implementing the changes, has had a very real and direct impact on so many people. This is clearly evident by the extent of the support already made available. The latest available information shows that between the 25th of March and the 31st of October 2020, my department awarded 14,800 self-isolation grants with a total value of £2.1 million. This is money going directly to the people who have found themselves in a crisis situation during the pandemic. However, it is clear that we all continue to face unprecedented challenges as the effects of the pandemic show little signs of abating. It is therefore essential that we continue to monitor the support that we can provide to ensure that we are helping the people who need it most. I have decided that it is appropriate to introduce some of the enhancements to this scheme. These changes do not require new legislation, and I have therefore instructed my officials to implement the revised policy immediately. The changes I have made are designed to enhance the level of financial support available through the self-isolation grant. It is hoped that this will be of particular benefit to people who are temporarily unable to work. In practical terms, my department will now use higher daily rates of benefit when calculating the amount of an award. Decision makers are also now expected to take into account the impact of the financial shock of self-isolation when calculating the number of days to make an award for. This is appropriate as a sudden and temporary reduction in normal income levels will mean a person is at greater risk of experiencing hardship. Therefore, an award of living expenses to cover the whole period of self-isolation should now always be considered. I firmly believe that the discretionary support self-isolation grant offers an enhanced overall package when compared to other areas. For example, the Irish Government has provided support for people required to self-isolate based on a fixed weekly payment which is treated as a taxable income. In England, Scotland and in Wales, the test and trace payment offer fixed amounts of £500 for 14 days, regardless of family circumstances. This payment is only available to people who have been told to self-isolate by the NHS Test and Trace Service. They must prove they are unable to work and have lost income as a result. The payment is also taxable. The self-isolation payments available here are targeted at those people who are in need and are always assessed based on their personal circumstances. This means that rather than a fixed payment regardless of the size of a family, we will always take into account all dependent children and include them in the award. For example, under the new rules, a couple with 3 children can receive £683 from discretionary support to cover a period of 14 days. This payment is not taxable, and further awards can be made if the family continues to find themselves in a crisis situation. These payments will also not affect any future applications to discretionary support. The self-isolation payments can be made if a person is self-isolating as they or someone else in their household is displaying symptoms. Entitlement is not restricted to only those people who have been in contact and told to self-isolate. I would stress again that if people continue to find themselves in a crisis situation after receiving a self-isolation grant, then they can also apply for further support. There is no limit to the number of grants that can be awarded. I also strongly believe that the enhancements introduced to the scheme are another important step to strengthen an already comprehensive package of support. So to conclude, the discretionary support self-isolation grant is a very important and accessible means of providing financial support to those people who are affected by COVID when they need it most. We know COVID-19 has widened the gap in our communities and has impacted people differently. It has had a disastrous impact on the people and families who are already struggling. People should be supported to isolate if they need to without fear of going under or being further penalised financially. So that's why I'm improving the level and the duration of financial support available to people who are eligible to apply for it. I will continue to keep this under review and will welcome your feedback as we need to make sure we keep providing support where it is needed and when it is needed.
And thank you. And I call the chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I promise I'll be a lot shorter this time than what I was the last time with my 4 questions. Can I first thank the Minister for a very welcome statement and also for the good manners last night for calling me first and informing me of what was in the statement. And a Minister will know that statistics show that 80% of those in part-time employment are female, with some having more than one job and many working within the hospitality sector, and they're already facing real hardship coming up to Christmas and beyond with the hospitality sector, never mind facing a notification that they have to self-isolate. So this is very, very welcome, and I'm sure will help many, many families. But I just want to touch on another issue, and that's the issue of fraud. We know that people are missing appointments at our test centres and are receiving positive test results from that. So I just want to ask you, are there any safeguards in there when it comes to fraud? Because we want to really to distinguish between those in need, and that's what this is for, and those that is just sheer greed.
And I thank the member for her question. The member will know that there have been problems with the Test and Trace app. But I have to say our department is working with people on the basis of need and what they ask for as part of their application process. If, like any other benefit, it's found out later that there was fraudulent claims, then we'll have to deal with those. But up until now, most people who have contacted the department have been genuine cases. And as you said in your preamble to your question, a lot of those people are working at least 2 jobs. And if they have to isolate, this is a lifeline for them. So I would imagine that most of the claims, if not, I would say them all, are completely genuine, and that's the approach that will be taken.
I call Sinéad Ennis.
And I want to thank the Minister for her statement today and also for her continued good work to ensure the people who need our support at this time are actually getting it, and that the support available here far outweighs what's available in other jurisdictions. Can I ask the Minister, what is your department doing in terms of raising awareness of the enhanced support available, because we want to make sure that there's maximum uptake of the grant? Thank you.
Well, I think the first step is actually reminding people that this help is out here today, because it's quite clear while many people, almost 15,000 people, have applied for support, for discretionary support, there are many others. We're hearing this all in our constituency offices who are completely unaware and actually think it's a loan rather than a grant. So from today, from making this statement, I will also ensure that our media outlets, our advice and welfare networks, and indeed our constituency offices all have this statement, because they are usually, particularly our constituency offices, they're usually the first point of contact for many people. And when people contact us, particularly around something like this, they're in distress. So we need to minimise that for people who need our support.
I call Mark Durkan.
I thank the Minister for her statement and very much welcome her decision to increase the amount of support that some people in desperate need can get. However, what we want to see is an increase in the amount of people who can get that support. The prohibitively low income threshold of £20,400 per household means that many working families and individuals remain ineligible for financial assistance. Their bills don't stop as a result of having to self-isolate, and many are left with the extremely difficult decision as to whether to follow the government guidance or to work to feed their families. Will the Minister consider raising the threshold?
I thank the member for his question, and he will be aware that Deirdre Harkey actually increased the threshold, and I'm going to look at this again, because you're right in the sense that we need to have more people applying to this grant because they need it. But we also need to make sure that it's actually going to be supportive. It's going to be a help rather than a hindrance. So, talking to officials again this afternoon, that's one of the questions I would be asking, if we can do this without impacting on parity. And even though this Assembly, and you'll know as a member of the committee, legislation was brought through and accepted to increase this, I'm looking to see what I can do within my barriers to make this easier for people who need it most, particularly getting into the winter months, particularly if they're at home, they're eating more and they're heating more. And we need to make it easy for people not only to get access to this, but to ensure that they qualify for it.
I call on the Honourable.
And I echo the comments of colleagues around the chamber in welcoming this much required enhancement, Minister, and thank you for bringing it forward. Minister, my constituency office team and I have supported many constituents to avail of this grant, and as you've highlighted, it is a lifeline for many. With that in respect, can you advise the average time taken to process the claims and any steps that you've taken within the discretionary support system to ensure that claims are processed efficiently?
Well, I'm being told by officials that the applications are processed and as quickly as possible. However, and even in my own constituency office, I have received reports, and even people have sent me reports through social media to say that's not the case across the board. So this will be my commitment to you all, is that I will be reviewing this almost on a weekly basis, because I need to ensure that people who need access to these payments get them. They get them in a timely fashion. And they get them when they need it most. So I would again urge members, if they're hearing any reports to the contrary, please let me know. Thank you.
I call Kellie Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. Any enhancements to any payments that can be made to people who are vulnerable at this time are very welcome, so thank you very much. Your statement indicates that your frontline staff are the decision makers, so it's a bit like Ms Ennis has asked today. It's about that promotion and knowledge that people have. How much training will your decision makers have? And do you have enough money for this? Have you got enough money set aside in a grant to pay this out? Because hopefully people will take this up.
Well, so thank you, member, for a question. The decision makers, each change that is made regarding this support or any other support, the decision makers will have it again and again and again, because we need to ensure consistent information is going out. Yes, there is enough money in the budget for now, but the important thing is that between now and the new year we need to try and give people the support to self-isolate, because as the chair of the committee said, there are people who are making decisions that they can't afford to self-isolate, and we all know that the rate of people who have to self-isolate or impacted by COVID hasn't abated in the way we'd hoped. So we need to really try and support people to stay at home, and also to stay at home with some support. It's our obligation to do that.
Call Alex Easton.
Thank the Minister for her statement, and it's a good news story, so well done. Could I just reaffirm with the Minister that anybody who has to self-isolate 3 or 4 times will still be able to apply for this, and will it affect people with tax credits as well?
Well, the answer to your question, and I thank the member for his sentiments also, as said in the statement, people can apply to this when they need it. Unfortunately, because of the length of the pandemic, some people have had to isolate at least once, and some others a lot more than that. It's a non-taxable grant, so therefore it shouldn't impact on tax credits, because we need to make sure that what we give on one hand is seen in the other, and that isn't the case across other jurisdictions, so we don't want that to happen. And many people who are in tax credits are already on a low income, so we need to ensure that when this support is given to them after their application, that they know exactly what they're getting and they know exactly what they have. Thank you.
I call Orlaithí Flynn.
Mr. Allen already touched on it in a previous question, but does the Minister foresee that today's announcements will lead to an increase in claims and then possibly further additional delays with the processing of the cases? Thank you.
Well, I would really hope that there is an increase in people making applications, because while almost 15,000 have done up until now, we know there are many others who are out of work, self-isolating, affected by COVID. I would hope that there are no further delays, but as I said to other members, if she or anybody else has concerns or hearing reports that there are undue delays, then get in contact with us, because that's not what we want. That's not what I want. And that's not what the officials want, because they're processing these applications as quick as they can to get them out into people's bank accounts and into their pockets as quick as they need them.
Call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to thank the Minister for her statement to the Assembly this morning. The discretionary support self-isolation grant is a lifeline for many people on low incomes who are required to self-isolate. So I very much welcome that news that the daily allowance payable has been increased. Does the Minister agree that these grants are crucial for encouraging and enabling individuals to complete their period of self-isolation? And could I ask if your department is working with the Department of Health or PHA to take the opportunity to provide additional information as to what actually is required around self-isolation within this process?
I thank the member for her question, and she's right, it is a lifeline. And as an MLA with, I'm sure, a busy constituency office, we've all got the distress phone calls, and our constituency staff have done so as well. Through the executive information, through the information website, through our discussions with health colleagues in health and PHA, we are genuinely trying to ensure there are no gaps. So again, in response to the question that Mark Durkan, that's on my list for discussions with the officials, just to be sure. Because I've heard too many reports that people still felt that this was a loan, and that's why they didn't apply. So something's gone wrong. And we need to ensure that any clarification that is needed is provided after the statement this morning, and that every aspect of government is aware of it, because we're all living in each other's shadows, as we should be. But one department shouldn't be ringing another department to find out what this is about. Everybody should have the same level of consistency when it comes to this information.
I call Pat Catney.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your statement, and it has to be welcomed. Minister, I want to welcome the easier payment method that will be used in the self-isolation payment. I know that 4,800 people were successful with their applications up until October, but I was wondering, could the Minister inform me how many people were unsuccessful?
I don't have that information. It's 14,800, Pat, so it's almost 15,000. But the issue is that I don't have the information of how many people were unsuccessful in terms of the data from the department. I have the anecdotal evidence. I have the people, reaching out to you by email, through our Assembly emails, through my constituency office, and indeed on social media, to tell me differently. So there's an issue. So I think when we get through this, we'll start clicking through each of the questions that have been raised, and we'll put this down for clarification. And if we do have that data, I'll certainly share it with the member.
Rogan.
Minister, today you have outlined how this support compares to what is available in Britain. Could you give us a brief outline of how it compares to what is available in the South?
Well, the question in terms of other jurisdictions will be that it is taxable in other jurisdictions, including the South. It is also for a fixed period in other jurisdictions, which it's not here. And indeed, you know, the difficulty that I have, certainly with the other jurisdictions, is that they're giving it to people on one hand and they're taking it off them in another. And I think that's grossly unjust and grossly unfair.
Call Trevor Clarke.
Thank you very much. And like others, I welcome the Minister's announcement. I think those who are on low incomes will welcome this announcement. I think it's a very worthy statement for you to make. But given that some of these people are low workers and will be returning to work after that 2-week period, is there any protection afforded to them in terms of their employers, where I'm sure there's cases where employers don't want to release these people, and whilst money is one thing, they're probably looking for job security as well? And is your department doing anything in relation to that to actually give them the guarantees that employers can't move towards them during their periods of isolation?
Well, the issue that I've always had with the fragility, particularly of zero-hours contracts, is that people are even more vulnerable and they're more susceptible to exploitation if any employer is minded to do that, or for want of a better term, any employer wants to chance their arm. Employees have rights, and we'll remind them of the rights that they have. And if there are any indications or examples of where workers feel that they haven't been given the due respect or indeed the due entitlement from their employers, I'd certainly would welcome hearing who they are and where their employers are. And I'd be happy to share that information with the member's colleague, Diane Dodds, Minister for Employment, because I'm sure she wouldn't have this either.
Call John O'Dowd.
Corey, and thank the Minister for her answers thus far. The mantra for months now has been that we need a proper test, trace, isolate support. We now have in place a scheme which now allows low-paid workers to isolate, and they will receive the support. The Minister indicated earlier that she was looking at the level of income a family could have to claim the support. How quickly do you think she'll be able to carry out that review?
Well, I mean, as quickly as I'm looking at the review and the questions that have been raised, I'd be putting the officials on notice. I'd be wanting to get the data, and certainly in relation to Pat Catney's question, try and capture the data of people who were rejected. And certainly, I mean, as a member will be aware, Deirdre Hargey increased the threshold. If I need to do that, and if I can't do that, I will be looking to do that, because people may think £20,000 is £20,400 is a decent enough wage, but if that's your only income and you're paying all your bills and you're rearing your kids, it all adds up. So we need to ensure that people who need the support get the support, and we'll find out very, very shortly about if the level of income does need to be increased, because if it prevented people from getting access to support now, then it's a problem we need to look at.
Call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the 14-day self-isolation period starts from the date that the message is delivered to the COVID app to a person's mobile phone. And this often is not 14 days from the person was last in contact with somebody with COVID-19. Would the Minister agree with me that an urgent and timely rollout of the update to the app is crucial, as that could see the amount of time that somebody is isolating reduced in some instances by 13 days, which would therefore ensure that your department has more money to spend?
Well, I agree there are issues with the app. You know, even for people actually get a confirmation of a test result, either positive or negative, the fact that they're going to get a result is that they have concerns. And in relation to the question that Trevor asked, you know, we want to make sure that employers are adhering to that good practice, because we're asking people, if there are any symptoms, to isolate straight away. And what we can't do are ask people to follow government guidance and then have their salaries and have their money deducted because they had to wait 2 days on a result from the app. So the app needs to be, obviously, we all need to make sure it's better. But I want to make sure that as soon as people apply for this, that they get it as quickly as possible and not been held back by further bureaucracy, which is not of their making.
McCrossan.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for her much welcome statement. This will come as a relief to many, and also the reassurances that she's going to look at the threshold, which we in the SDLP welcome. Minister, there are people out there literally saying when they come into contact with someone and get the alert, I can't afford to isolate, and that's a very difficult place for many to be in, and any support from this Assembly will alleviate that pressure. Minister, you spoke of parity, but this scheme, while according to yourself is more generous than elsewhere, it is much more difficult to access, according to reports. What was the Barnett consequential derived from the introduction in Westminster of the self-isolation grant, and has all that money gone into this scheme? Thank you, Minister.
So I received AMI, so it's an AMI issue rather than a Barnett, because it's benefits related. So the money's there, but the issue is that, you know, if I understand the member's question properly, there were issues regarding people having the clarity if it was a grant or a loan. And we all heard too many stories that people felt it was a loan and they didn't want to get into any more debt. But the issue is, we as a government are asking people to self-isolate, and we can't ask people to self-isolate and not support them, and that's the bottom line. So that's what we're trying to do. Will there be lessons learned as a result of this? I'm sure there will. It's like anything you bring forward. You need to accept the good parts, change the parts that didn't work, and try and make it better in the future. And basically, rather than waiting on a perfect fit, we just need to get this out, get it changed, get it out, get it clarified, and hopefully people get the support they need.
Gerry Carroll.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister, for her statement. The 14,800 people divided out equally amongst the 2.1 million would amount to around £150 received each. I'm assuming people got less, people got more. So is the Minister aware of the average payment that people received, and how many people received £500 or more? Thank you.
Well, it's actually better than the £500, because the £500 or even the €350 is just fixed, and it's also taxable. Okay, so if you take £100 of that, or €100 or €140 for tax, it's less. So, for example, if a couple have 3 children, they can receive $683 for the 14-day period. So, if that's one set of isolation, if the same family come back 6 or 7 weeks later and had to isolate, they can expect to receive the same amount of support. That's not the case elsewhere. And as long as this pandemic goes on, the more families are impacted by COVID, at least once that they have to isolate, and I'm hearing of families having to isolate 2 and 3 times. And we have to ensure that we support them, because we're asking them to follow government guidelines. So when we're asking anyone to follow government guidelines, we need to make sure the support's there, be it for discretionary support, be it business, be it wherever. If there's hardship there, we need to try and get support out to people.
Members, that concludes questions on this statement, and I ask members to take a recess for a couple of moments till we move to the next item of business. Thank you. Okay, members, I have received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the 21st meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in special EU programme sectoral format, which was held at the NSMC Joint Secretariat Offices in Armagh on Friday, the 30th of October 2020. As Minister for Finance, I represented the Executive and was accompanied by the Minister for Education, Peter Weir. The Irish Government was represented by Michael McGrath, Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform. At the outset of the meeting, there was a broad discussion on the implications of EU exit and the impact of and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Council noted the commitments and guarantees agreed and put in place as part of the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration to allow for the current Peace 4 and Interreg 5A programmes to continue until completion and for a successor Peace Plus programme to be funded. These were recognised and welcomed. The impact of COVID-19 on the current Peace 4 and Interreg 5A programmes was noted, and Council welcomed the actions implemented by the SEUPB to assist project delivery and the measures put in place to ensure the continuation of programme implementation. It is noted that the Peace Plus programme will incorporate COVID-19 recovery actions, and the programme development process is continuing. The Chief Executive of the SEUPB then updated the Council on the progress of the programme implementation. 96 projects worth €277.9 million have been approved for Peace 4, representing 103.1% of total programme value. 34 projects worth €291.1 million have been approved for Interreg 5A, representing 103% of total programme value. The Council noted that the SEUPB continues to facilitate participation in Interreg 5B and 5C, regional and transnational and interregional programmes. To date, approximately €16.5 million has been secured by 64 partners under these programmes. Progress was outlined on the development of the future Peace Plus programme. Work will continue in order to deliver an agreed programme. A public consultation will be undertaken to provide for further stakeholder engagement. The Council noted that further discussion with the departments and ministers will be required to reach an agreed programme. The final Peace Plus programme cooperation document will be submitted to both administrations, to the NSMC and to the European Commission for approval. Ministers noted that the SEUPB had produced draft corporate plans outlining the SEUPB key objectives for 2017 to 19 and 2020 to 22, and draft business plans for 2017 to 21. The Council then approved these corporate and business plans and noted the budget provision for each. Ministers noted the SEUPB annual reports and accounts for 2016 to 18, and these were certified by the Controller and Auditor General in both jurisdictions and laid before the Assembly and the Houses of the Oireachtas. Ministers were advised that the 2019 SEUPB annual report and accounts will be submitted to the Council and laid before the Assembly and the Houses of the Oireachtas in due course. In closing, Ministers noted the SEUP's programme governance structures continue to operate effectively. The Council agreed that options for an independent organisation review of SEUPB will be considered by sponsor departments, and that draft terms of reference will be submitted to the NSMC for consideration prior to the commencement of any review. The Council agreed to hold its next special EU programmes meeting in early 2021.
I call Steve Aiken, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much indeed. May I thank the Ministers for his remarks and coming to the House this morning to give us his briefing on it. Minister, thank you for, in your presentation, you noted that both Peace 4 and Interreg VA is at 103%. Now, some of us will be quite concerned that the fact that we'll be able to brief a project that is already anticipated at 103%. So maybe in your closing remarks you may make comment on that and how that is likely to come through as well. And indeed you may ask, where is the excess funding going to come from? Is it going to be divided up equally between the Irish Government, the EU and the United Kingdom Government, or what is the issue to do that as well? And I also welcome the remarks you made about progress towards COVID recovery. But as part of the COVID recovery actions, will this amount to additional funding coming to Northern Ireland as part of this process? And if that is indeed the case, where is that funding likely to come from? Thank you.
I thank the Chair of the Finance Committee for his questions. There is an overcommitment in terms of both those, and I think that from our discussions with the Chief Executive of SEUPB, that's based on the normal expectation and practice that there's always been an underspend, and so they are content that they will manage the overcommitment in terms of the final expenditure in the programme without having to seek additional funding to supplement that or complement it. In relation to the future funding, currently for Peace Plus sits at about 650 billion. Or 650 million, sorry, if only it was 650 billion, 650 million pounds, or euros, sorry. If there is an additional, and there is a discussion ongoing between both the Dublin and London in relation to this, if there is an additional commitment from London, and that kind of multiplier effect of that commitment is there from Dublin, London, if they match that in terms of the percentage of that they would match, that could take the figure for Peace Plus up to £1 billion, I think, which would be very welcome in the time ahead. So that discussion hasn't concluded as yet, but I do hope that the British Government do come forward and match the offer that has been made by Dublin.
I call Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister and his officials who gave the committee a briefing on this last week, which was very, very useful and very informative. Minister, you state that £16.5 million has been secured to date by 64 partners. Can the Minister outline how much of that money has come to Northern Ireland? And out of the 96 projects for peace and the 34 projects for Interreg, can the Minister outline how much of that money is forecast to come to Northern Ireland?
Well, I would have to get the member the actual figures, and I can ask officials to forward them to him. There is, in terms of contribution, there's a percentage worked out between the Executive, the Dublin Government and the British Government in relation to this and Europe. And in terms of spend, there always has been, the spend is largely in the 6 counties in the north and the 6 border counties. And I don't believe that there's anything untoward in terms of the breakdown of all of that, but I'd be happy to get the member the figures for all of those projects.
I call Maoliosa McHugh.
Las Concarla agus Boy Lumsa just boys Yanni Fostel Schneider for Hanya on Ratches. I'd like to thank the Minister as well for his statement. Minister, as someone who lives just on the Evelyn Shore on the edge of the border, I'm only too well aware of the significance of SEUPB and the many projects that have been delivered in our own area. And I'll be concerned, would say, for the future. So, Minister, what are the implications of Brexit on the programmes currently?
Well, I think I share the member's view as a border dweller myself in terms of the delivery of that and the prospect of a very significant delivery through the Peace Plus programme, which incorporates, as he will know, peace and Interreg as well. And I think we always operate on the basis that this could be the last peace programme, and I think we need to ensure that it does have that impact in those border communities in particular where some of the issues of the conflict were felt and the peripheral nature of both on both sides of the border of communities that they are supported. And obviously there is good work has been delivered, and I look forward to more good work and consultation with all of the stakeholders to ensure we get the best possible value and outcome for Peace Plus. There is an initial uncertainty obviously caused by the prospect of Brexit, but the guarantees included within the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration confirm the joint commitment from the EU and the British and Irish governments for the continuation of the current Peace 4, Interreg 5A and for the successor Peace Plus programme. And these guarantees will allow the current programmes to continue on as normal and be financed from the EU budget until their formal closure dates. The EU, in light of the coronavirus outbreak, have also extended the final declaration date in order for projects to fully spend their allocated funding as some recover from delays enforced upon them. A financing and administrative agreement which will set out the legal, financial and governance frameworks for Peace Plus and in turn SEUPB is currently being negotiated by the EU and the British Government.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister to say a little more about what he just mentioned, that is the negotiations around the financing agreement and the future structures around these? Is there a worry that if there isn't a deal between the UK and EU in terms of future trade relationship, then the commitments that were made in both the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration, many of which in the political declaration have already been cast doubt upon by certain Tory MPs, that there's a risk around some of those structures going forward, and was that discussed at NSMC?
Yeah, there's always a worry in relation to that, and I think we are right to be cautious because the process of exiting the European Union has been anything but straightforward with regard to the British government, and many things which have been, and this goes across the whole issue that the executive can deal with, many things which have been committed to and promised by the British government have been abandoned, or certainly threats to abandon them at various stages. So while we have these commitments, and they were part of that withdrawal agreement and they were agreed to, I think we have to be very vigilant and continue to hold particularly the British government to account in relation to them. And we hope that a programme which has delivered so much to communities which were so challenged over many years, affected by the impact of partition and then the impact of conflict, that funding, which was, I think, one of the key contributions from the European Union to this part of the world, that funding continues and is able to deliver. Those projects have made such an enormous difference. Both peace and Interreg projects have made such a huge difference in the border area that we want to see those continue. But I think we have to constantly be vigilant and keep a close watch on how these things develop.
I call Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and his answers thus far. I remain very firmly of the view that Northern Ireland has benefited greatly from its membership of the European Union, and the support funding that's been outlined here is something of a clear example of that. Can the Minister provide an update in relation to the replacement for the EU structural funds in terms of the Shared Prosperity Fund? Because we're still waiting for clarity in relation to that, and I think it's an important issue. Thank you.
Yes, and the member is quite right that we are still waiting for clarity in relation to the Shared Prosperity Fund. There is a commitment there to replace like with like from the European Union, but we also were operating on the basis, as was Scotland and Wales, that the devolved administrations would be developing the programmes, allocating the money and doing all of that, and that there's a huge uncertainty in relation to the legislation that's currently passing through Westminster. Casts a very significant doubt on that. So on two fronts we have a lack of certainty. One, we have no firm commitment in relation to how those funds will be replaced, other than a general one. And we, despite repeated requests, both myself, the Scottish and the Welsh Finance Minister have made repeated requests for certainty in relation to that, and a number of meetings where we were to seek clarity on those have been postponed in recent times, which is frustrating. We haven't got that certainty, and as I say, we are very concerned in relation to developments in that legislation in Westminster, because the programmes have been delivered here, and the success of those programmes has been delivered locally by people who know the local issues, who can get know the communities that will benefit most from these programmes and can get that support on the ground. Administering these things and allocating them and applying to programmes in Whitehall is not going to work for us, and I think Scotland and Wales have the same opinion. I'm sure equally it's not going to work for them, but certainly we want full replacement, and we want the ability to allocate and design the programmes that come as replacing the EU funding.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Last Concordia. Minister, thank you for your statement. Can I ask, will Peace Plus see a reduction in the administrative burden on applicants or projects?
Well, I think that's certainly one objective that I have raised consistently with the Special EU Programmes body themselves, and they have assured me that they will endeavour to do that. I think the peace programmes, I'm long enough about to have been involved in the original peace and reconciliation funding that was developed and delivered through councils back in the 90s, and I think there was a very much an accessibility for that funding to grassroots community projects. And over the years, I have done engagements myself over the last number of months with people who work on that cold face of the community involvement sector, and their view is that the funds have progressively become more inaccessible to small and grassroots community organisations, that it almost needs you to be partnered with a local government organisation or some substantial organisation to access the funds. So I think it's important that, given, as we assume each time one of these programmes comes in, that it may be the last one, that it leaves a very valuable legacy and accessibility to the programme itself, to make sure that peace was designed to get down into the grassroots to communities that had suffered as a consequence of the conflict on either side of the border. And it has, and a lot of projects, done that. And I think we need to make sure that if Peace Plus is the last programme that we receive in this, that it gets there. And accessibility is something that I will continue to raise with the SEUP. They will go out to consultation, and so I would encourage all elected representatives and all community groups to make sure that those issues are raised with them as well.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Thank the Minister for his statement this morning, and I wonder, could he tell us what actions have been taken to protect projects and programme expenditure during the COVID pandemic?
Well, I think there has been a recognition that COVID has caused an interruption in terms of some of the delivery, although not perhaps from our discussion with the SEUPB, perhaps not as much as we had expected it to be. So the programmes have rolled on, but as I said, the uncertainty around that I think has been dealt with in terms of some guarantee that the EU has recognised that COVID has had an impact and allowed some, if you like, headroom in that, to make sure that spending out, if there was an original time frame attached to it, that is now stretched somewhat to allow to make sure that people can spend out if they're genuinely held up for reasons beyond their control. So I think there is a recognition that that has some impact, although thankfully perhaps not the impact we expected. But there is, as I say, the EU have extended the final declaration date in order for projects to fully spend their allocation funding, and I think that's to be welcomed.
I call Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, and thank your officials for coming to the Finance Department and giving us a briefing on this. Minister, as we move, and Brexit's already been mentioned there, and there is that promise of that extra money in order to increase it to £1 billion. We hear about the consultation as well, and how we're going to try and reach that out into our community. Minister, are you fairly confident that the British Government will meet their commitment as promised?
Well, the original commitment was for €650 million, and that commitment has been made, and the basis that we're operating on is that is being honoured. There is an opportunity to increase that, and Dublin has indicated that it's prepared to make its contribution. That creates a multiplier effect in terms of the British Government contribution and contributions from ourselves and the EU as well. So I would hope the key to that is the British Government adding to their contribution. I would hope they would do that, because I think the overall effect of that is to create a much bigger pot for Peace Plus, an extra €350 million, which would be obviously very welcome in terms of the communities that can access that funding. So the commitment for the initial amount is there. What we're trying to do is trying to secure that to be expanded on, and to allow us then to generate a much bigger pot across the board.
I call Philip McGuigan.
And can I thank the Minister for his statement and for the information that he has brought to the House today. I mean, it's clear from that information and the sums of money, and from what others have said about the commitment and support of the EU to peace and to supporting communities right across this island, including in my own constituency. So I have nothing but support for these types of programmes. The one issue that I maybe would have, and some of the groups that I would be involved with have, is the burden on the applications. And so could I maybe ask the Minister, is there going to be a reduction on the administration burden for applicants?
Well, I think we would like to see that. Of course, there's a very comprehensive auditing process for the EU, as you will understand, are very keen on making sure that the money that they have allocated and the money that they have approved through the overall programme is spent in the way it was intended to be spent. So there is always that balance between meeting the auditing requirements and the accountability for the spending of public funds, and also making sure that it's accessible to particularly small grassroots community organisations that really are the people. I think the initial peace funding was intended to bring benefit to communities in areas that previously hadn't received support from government or other programmes. And so it's always that balance, and I've been discussing with the SEUPB about how to there is a sense over the last number of programmes that perhaps the balance has shifted somewhat in terms of the burden of bureaucracy in accessing programmes, and I've had conversations with them about how to ensure that we get that balance right. And as I say, they will go out to consultation, and I would encourage all groups to come forward with their views in relation to that, because I think we want to make sure that we do get that balance right and that this money gets exactly to where it's needed and will have most benefit.
Martina Anderson.
Minister, just following on from that, because I would like to acknowledge the fantastic work that's done by the community sector in Derry, and many of them who access European Social Fund and who are deeply concerned about that law. So in the consultation, when you talk about that, Minister, will there be a role for the community organisations in Peace Plus programme going forward?
Yes, absolutely. The consultation should be wide and it should be accessible, and I think all those who wish to have their voices heard in relation to that, who have issues to put or suggestions to make, need to make sure that their voices are allowed to be heard in that consultation. So that consultation should be beginning in the not too distant future, and I would encourage members, in particular those who have that link to community groups, to make sure that they, if they aren't aware of that information, that they know when the consultation's happening and know how to access it and get the opportunity to make their case to it.
Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, in the Executive Office Committee we met with the 11 councils over the last 2 weeks, and many of them detailed to us their very serious concerns about their financial stability going forward delivering these EU programmes, and I welcome the commitment in your statement here that the Peace Plus programmes will continue for the duration of this cycle, but it's maybe not just clear about going forward whether they will have funding. Would you undertake to meet with the 11 councils specifically about their financial concerns going forward to try and ease some of their concerns?
Yeah, well, I have no difficulty. I meet frequently with councils, and I've met with NILGA and others. But if the 11, generally through solace, I think some of the chief executives come together. Absolutely happy to meet them. The commitment is there. The commitment's there to spend out the Peace 4 and the Interreg 5A programmes. That commitment's there. Even with Brexit and all the uncertainties, the commitment is there for €650 million for Peace Plus. We want to see that increased to be much more. And with the previous question from your party colleague, all of the uncertainties that come from Brexit and the negotiations and the posturing and the stands that have been taken in relation to some of these issues, we have to hold to that commitment. We have to be vigilant to make sure that that remains. But certainly from both the European and the Dublin government side and from the executive, we want to see this commitments being met. We want to see this funding being expanded and being available over the next number of years. And I'm happy to talk to council groups about that.
I call Justin McNulty.
And just a quick note to recognise it's a World Prematurity Day, and thinking about all the mothers, families who have experienced the challenges around early birth, and recognise the brilliant support of Tiny Life Charity. Minister, thank you for your statements and for coming to the House this morning. Can you provide an update on the current funding for Interreg programmes? There are concerns amongst several programmes, for example the Carlingford to Newry Greenway, the Smithborough to Middletown Greenway, that funding may run out. Can you provide certainty that funding will be provided to see the completion of those projects?
Well, the current programmes are to run their course. Allowance has been made both to make sure that they aren't interrupted by Brexit and that they, probably on the more capital side in terms of Interreg, that those programmes which might have been interrupted by COVID and have had undue delays to them, that the EU have allowed an extension of the completion date, or the declaration date in relation to that. So the funds, as I was saying, I don't think you're in the chamber in the first answer to the Chair of the Finance Committee, there is an over commitment in terms of funding, but the expectation is that there always has been an underspend, so that they are, in our discussions, myself and Minister McGrath, with the SUPB at this meeting, they fully expect to spend out the programmes. They expect to meet all of the costs that they're committed to and all of the programme costs that they've committed to. And of course, we want to continue to monitor that in time ahead. But that's the assurances that we were given.
And that concludes questions to the Minister on his statement. We are running well ahead of our estimated time, approximately an hour ahead of schedule. I've been advised that the DAERA Minister is about 10 minutes away, and he is due to take the next 2 items of business. In fact, he has just arrived, so I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Members, the Speaker has also received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, and in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following report on the 16th British Irish Council ministerial meeting held in the environmental sector via virtual format on Wednesday, the 4th of November 2020. Declan Kearney, MLA, Junior Minister of the Executive Office, and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting. The report has been endorsed by Junior Minister Kearney, and he has agreed that I should make this statement on behalf of both of us. The British Irish Council, established in 1999, is a forum for its members to discuss, consult and use best endeavours to reach agreement in cooperation on matters of mutual interest within the competence of its member administrations. The BIC Environment Work Sector is led by the UK Government and has proved a constructive and unique forum for facilitating evidence exchange and practical collaboration since the Council was first established. The meeting held on the 4th of November focused on how the administrations can work together on climate adaptation, tackle invasive non-native species and approach the issues connected with marine environment. The meeting was chaired by Lord Gardner of Kimball, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State to the UK Government's Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. The Irish Government was represented by Mr Eamon Ryan, TD, Minister for Transport and Minister for the Environment, Climate and Communications. The Scottish Government was represented by Rosanna Cunningham, MSP, Cabinet Secretary for the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform. The Welsh Government was represented by Leslie Griffiths, MS, Minister for Environment, Energy and Rural Affairs. The Isle of Man Government was represented by Mr Geoffrey Boot, MHK, Minister for the Environment, Food and Agriculture. The Government of Jersey was represented by Deputy John Young, Minister for the Environment. The Government of Guernsey was represented by Deputy Lindsay Deswas-Moraz, President of the Committee for the Environment and Infrastructure. Ministers reaffirmed their commitment to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas and marine resources in accordance with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 14. The BIC Environment Work Sector has 2 subgroups to cover the area of marine litter and marine environment, including biodiversity, marine protected areas and ocean acidification. Ministers discussed priority areas, where the 2 subgroups have been focused on their work and noticed progress to date, including on commitments agreed at BIC Marine Litter Symposium in February 2019. These commitments are to develop options to help support sustainable end-of-life fishing gear disposal, support the reduction of plastic pellet loss, and raise awareness of marine litter with young people and fishing professionals. Noting the challenges faced by the marine environment in our shared seas,
we agreed to continue the ambitious programme of collaborative work aligned with macro-regional and international obligations. Ministers discussed key aspects of the work that is being undertaken by the BIC Climate Adaptation Subgroup, including to identify and share adaptation research and evidence and examine mechanisms to improve linkages between adaptation researchers across the BIC region, foster cooperation and promote shared learning on measuring progress to minimise climate risk to critical infrastructure across the BIC region, identify and share information on best practice regarding community and private sector engagement on climate adaptation, adaptation governance models and monitoring and evaluation of adaptation. Ministers noted the subgroup had developed a virtual climate adaptation symposium on the 20th of October 2020, which focused on the topic of critical infrastructure and was hosted by the Irish Government. The symposium was attended by 80 delegates from the BIC member administrations, and that further collaboration and engagement would continue via the BIC Environment Work Sector and its subgroup on climate adaptation. Ministers were asked to note that the BIC invasive non-native species officials have been meeting biannually since 2013 to explore and agree areas of cooperation on INS, and the 4th BIC INS workshop was held in Cardiff on the 21st of January 2020, hosted by the BIC Secretariat and Welsh Government. Ministers committed to be ambitious and an ambitious programme of collaboration, including on the Be Plant-Wise and Check Clean Dry communications campaign, and on marine invasives such as the carpet sea squirt, as well as establishing an Asian hornet task force. Ministers agreed that the 17th ministerial meeting will be hosted in 2022, and the BIC Environmental Work Sector will continue its focus on the marine environment, climate adaptation and invasive non-native species. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Declan McAleer, Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
I thank the Minister for his statement. The Minister referred to in paragraphs 5 and 6 to the topic of plastics, and he will know that the fishing industry is greatly concerned with this here and are prepared to play their part in helping to resolve the issue and protect the marine environment. I wonder, could the Minister elaborate on what options are being considered by his department for the sustainable end of life for fishing gear? Thank you.
There was a decent conversation held by the Ministers represented, and it was agreed that we'd work together with industry to develop solutions for collection and recycling of end-of-life fishing gear from the main fishing ports. So there's going to be an engagement with the fishing community.
Paragraph 5, I'm assuming these consist of an Irish subgroup and a British subgroup. I was just wondering what practical work has been carried out to date by the subgroups, and another wee point, I just see you're not due to meet again until 2022. Would more frequent meetings be beneficial? Thank you.
Well, it's a matter for the members to decide how the frequency of meetings, and there's a lot of busy people involved in it. In terms of subgroups, a series of pieces of work have been done. So developing the whole issue about plastics and its impact upon marine life is a key area. How we educate the public better in terms of the use of plastics, and indeed how we all respond as individual administrations and how we deal with plastics to ensure that there is less plastics around which are going to enter the marine system is something which is critically important. There's also been considerable work done on the issue of invasive species, and that is something, whether it is plant species or indeed living organisms, then those are issues of significant concern to us, because these things can have a serious detrimental impact upon us, and the Asian hornet was something that's got considerable discussion as a consequence of its recent arrival. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, the British Irish Council is an important forum. It also brings together some of the smaller jurisdictions, even smaller than Northern Ireland. So, Minister, I wonder if you discussed with the Isle of Man, which has a population a little more than Lisbon's, about their plans to. They published a Climate Change Bill earlier this year. I wonder if you discussed with them how they were able to do that as such a small jurisdiction, whether you raised with Deputy de Suarez from Guernsey their intention to put in law climate change reduction, and they have a smaller population than Lisbon. I suppose what I'm trying to get at is, did the Minister discuss with these very small jurisdictions about why they were able to put climate change plans and legislation so quickly?
Well, that wasn't on the agenda, and given that it's a virtual meeting, one of the downsides is that we don't have an opportunity to have discussion afterwards. So I didn't have that discussion. However, I am having discussions with my own officials about climate change legislation, and that's something that I hope to go out to consult on very soon, as it is entirely appropriate to do. You don't bring legislation forward without going through a public consultation process first. That's how it's set out legally. I'll be seeking the permission of the Executive to move forward in these things quite soon.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, thank you for your statement. Thank you for your answers so far. Minister, you refer to cooperation, foster cooperation and promote shared learning on measuring progress to minimise climate risks. Can I ask you, have you given any thought in relation to the various rules and regulations that are here within Northern Ireland and those within the Republic of Ireland? For example, ammonia is one of those that they have different rules and regulations regarding planning.
Knowledge sharing is critical to all of us, and therefore, where people have engaged in good practice, which has delivered better outcomes than you would have yourself, then you want to learn from that and develop from that. So education is not just us seeking to educate the public. Education is us learning from others who have perhaps moved ahead of us in certain circumstances. We may be ahead of others in certain circumstances, and they can learn from us. But education is something we should all engage in every day.
I call John Blair.
Thank you. Could I thank the Minister for the statement and welcome the work being done by the Environment Work Sector in the setting up of the subgroups on marine litter and marine environment. Can I ask more specifically if there's any work being done or planned to deal with end-of-life or abandoned vessels and the environmental risk that they pose?
Abandoned vessels has been less of an issue in recent years than it would have been some time back, whenever some of the fishing fleet were actually scuttled. So there hasn't been any grant available to cease fishing. So it has been something which is less desirable, and generally the older boats are kept sometimes in harbours for too long. But it certainly is a challenge going forward, which I would acknowledge. So you go to our harbours, and because of the poor incomes that they have, there hasn't been the replenishment of the fleet that should have taken place. The consequence of that is that we have a lot of boats there that are up to 50 years of age. We'll have a lot of wooden boats which are less safe than the steel boats, and I would like to see, as we move forward and as the fishing fleet can actually catch more fish, that we do redevelop that fleet, and therefore that will become an issue, what is done with the older boats at end of life. And that certainly will be an issue for us to look at, but it wasn't an issue that was discussed at this particular meeting.
I call Paul Given.
And thank the Minister for his statement. Very important meetings taking place around the environment and climate change, and in that respect I know the Minister is leading around the forestation programme in Northern Ireland, and I commend him for that. He will know of a project in his own constituency led by Lisburn Scouts that's seeking to acquire land in order for young people to appreciate it. Was the Minister able to share any of that best practice in respect of the other jurisdictions as to what he's doing here in Northern Ireland?
Well, certainly forestation wasn't part of the agenda, but I know that there are organisations which are dedicated to ensuring that land which is currently in the forests remains that way. And that is certainly something that we should be supportive of, because if the tree planting has taken place and we have created woodland, that shouldn't be something which we would be encouraging being taken away. Now, certainly there's those who grow trees to be harvested, and that is fair enough, because those trees will continue to capture capture carbon. But in terms of forests with more traditional trees and native species, that's something that we'd want to encourage being retained.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Last Controller. In paragraph 5, Minister, of your statement, you outline how ministers reaffirmed their commitment to UN Sustainable Development Goal 5, and one of the key aims of that is an end to destructive fishing practices. Can I ask, was the issue of super trawlers in Irish or British waters, and specifically in marine protected areas, raised at the meeting?
It wasn't raised at the meeting. However, the member does raise a very important issue, and we do know that there are large trawlers with multiple nets from them, which harvest large quantities of fish. A lot of those would emanate from France and from Spain, and of course they won't be in our waters if we have the right conclusion to the negotiations that are taking place this week.
I call Emma Sheeran.
I thank the Minister for his statement and for his answers thus far. Minister, I want to ask you about paragraph 7 of the statement, where you talk about climate change, and the last bullet point refers to best practice for private sector and community sector in relation to this issue. Minister, can you advise what learning you took from the meeting on this?
Well, certainly in terms of climate change, we would have considered the issues particularly around the seas and the impact that has on the marine side. And in terms of the marine, there's the issue of warmer waters and the consequences that come from that. And then there was a strong focus on the pollution of the marine sector. So in particular, the issue was discussed at length around plastics, around the beads that can get into our waterways, and there is certainly so much more that can be done to ensure that our waterways, our marine life, is protected from that. And that is a course of work for us as government to drive forward in terms of plastics. I have already introduced a single-use plastics being removed from the government system. I want to move forward on the single-use plastic bags and reconsider what we're charging at the minute, which is only 5p. I think that needs to be raised, and there's courses of work there that we can do, which will ensure that there's considerably less plastic used in the first instance, and consequently less plastic getting into our waters.
I call Justin McNulty.
Last Corla, and can thank the Minister for coming today and for his statement. It's fantastic, the Council's meeting to address climate change and to protect our marine environment. Excellent. Wonderful aspirations and ambitions. Can you tell me about anything that's actually been achieved to date? And in terms of the timing, the scheduling of the next meeting, it doesn't fill me with confidence, Minister, that the next meeting is not scheduled until 2022. Does that tell us that you understand the urgency of the issue?
Well, for example, my department has undertaken the study on the end-of-life fishing gear and the recycling and waste disposal, so that evidence will be provided to the group. DAERA continues to support input into the pilot project led by Scotland into a supply chain approach to reducing plastic pellet loss. Northern Ireland continues to have high levels of participation in eco-schools, which was something which we were working on, and that's how we can actually encourage and educate our young people on the threat to the marine environment in particular. Here in Northern Ireland, we are developing marine protection areas. We're looking at ocean acidification My officials have been participating in the Blue Carbon workshops and sharing examples of cross-border cooperation and work to identify other effective conservation measures. So there is quite a series of actions that have been happening as a result. We don't need to be meeting all of the time to do that. Actions are decided, subgroups are set up, officials are set tasks, and I think you can see from that there's a lot of tasks that are being fulfilled.
I call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Last Concordia, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Again, in paragraph 7, Minister, it reports that the various jurisdictions are looking at the risks posed by climate change to critical infrastructure. Is the Minister's Department identifying such infrastructure and what actions to take to protect it from climate change?
Well, one can only see what happened in Donegal this week in terms of how you manage the environment, and certainly something went wrong there, which has implications. So how we and that was seeking to create renewable energy. So how we do things can have an important impact upon our infrastructure. If I want to talk about our carbon infrastructure, one of the things that had been done in previous years was a lot of drainage in our uplands. And now we have discovered that a lot of that drainage work has led to a drying out of peatlands. And as a consequence of drying out of peatlands, that leads to less carbon storage. So in terms of our infrastructure, it is critically important that we do the right things to ensure that we mitigate against climate change. We do the right things to ensure that we reduce greenhouse gases, and we do the right things to ensure that we store more carbon. And those are all courses of work that my officials are engaging in, and I will liaise with the Assembly and the Assembly Committee as and when we get qualitative information on it.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement and ask him about the paragraph on native invasive species? There's a reference to an ambitious programme of collaboration. Can the Minister elaborate on the ambitious programme referred to and what impact it is likely to have?
In terms of invasive species, we do have a significant problem in a number of areas with invasive species, and we need to meet that challenge head on. So, there has been considerable problems in Northern Ireland over the years with invasive species, and one thinks of the likes of Japanese knotweed. Got the moonjack deers, which is less of a problem now, though they appear to be becoming less. And one of the very common ones, of course, is the grey squirrel, and that has led to considerably less red squirrels. More recently, the Asian hornet is developing to be a problem, and indeed issues around the various barnacles that can be picked up on the boats around Lough Erne, and which travel up and down the Shannon and so forth. So these invasive species don't recognise borders, and therefore it is something which is very useful to have a conversation with colleagues on other areas as to how they can identify and help deal with the issue of invasive species. We are looking at issues such as hull fouling, horticultural escapes, contaminants of ornamental plants, ballast water, stowaways and fishing equipment, and zoo or botanic garden escapes when it comes to invasive species, because all of these things pose a threat to us. And in addition to assisting GB plans, we're currently working on a Northern Ireland recreational boating pathway action plan, and that will be followed by a horticulture one. And all of these final plans have gone through a consultation process, so they will eventually be published. In terms of what we're doing with the Republic of Ireland, we do see a benefit of having a joint approach with them in dealing with invasive species. And the joint development of the Pathway Action Plan with Ireland is a two-strand approach, and as well as working with the GB on a UK basis, it will be beneficial to collectively manage the invasive species However, at this point there isn't a formal agreement, but that is a course of work that we're doing.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you. Minister, everyone here will be aware that many provisions in the UK Environment Bill do not extend to Northern Ireland, and as has been touched on already by my South Belfast colleague, Mr O'Toole, that other regions represented on the Council have their own specific climate legislation with different targets and deadlines. What challenges have been identified in relation to divergence in environmental law and its impact upon future cooperation?
Well, for example, the UK legislation that's coming in terms of recycling sets a target of 65%. I believe we in Northern Ireland can achieve that and more. Whilst in law it is set at 65% and we have to agree to that, I would have a preference for having a target for recycling of 70%, and I'm only giving that as an example. So we can all identify what is achievable. We have achieved much higher rates of renewable energy than any other part of the UK, and going forward, it is for the Department for Economy to drive this. But ultimately, I would like to see us getting to the point of using and producing entirely renewable energy. But I do believe that 70% is achievable in the not too distant future, and that's a course of work that we can engage in. So, in terms of all of those things, we set the targets, and we're keen to progress our own climate change legislation. We want to appropriately consult on that. I would like the consultation process to be shortened a bit, because to give this House time to do the work that it needs to do, to give the OLC time to do the work that it needs to do. But we know that there is a public demand for it, so we will want to consult and see what public expectations are. But at the same time, that is something which is necessary for legislation.
And that concludes questions to the Minister on the statement. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a further statement. And we'll just give him a moment to get back into his place. So, as I've said, the Minister has indicated he wishes to make a further statement. And when you're ready, Minister.
Mr Speaker, for the opportunity to talk to the House about my long-term vision for agricultural support in Northern Ireland. I also intend to announce a number of simplifications and improvements that I am making to the rules governing the direct payment scheme for the 2021 scheme year. Pillar 1 of the Common Agricultural Policy provided £293 million of direct support to Northern Ireland farmers per annum. CAP payments have been of major importance in sustaining the industry in Northern Ireland and underpinning its competitive trading position, and accounted for 79%, £1.88 billion of the cumulative total income of the Northern Ireland industry over the past 7 years, 2013 to 2019. In 2018, my department undertook an engagement exercise on potential future agricultural policy framework for Northern Ireland. In this proposed framework, officials, in conjunction with key food, farming and environmental stakeholders, identified 4 desired outcomes and long-term vision for Northern Ireland agri-food industry. These are an industry that pursues increased productivity in international terms, closing the productivity gap which has been opened up with our major suppliers, an industry that is environmentally sustainable in terms of its impact on and guardianship of air and water quality, soil health, carbon footprint and biodiversity, an industry that displays improved resilience to external shocks such as market volatility, extreme weather events which are ever more frequent and to which industry has become very exposed, an industry which operates within an integrated, efficient, sustainable, competitive and responsive supply chain with clear market signals and an overriding focus on high-quality food and the end consumer. A number of projects have now been established within the Department to collate evidence, identify gaps and develop policies that will help deliver these outcomes. So in June 2020, I announced my intention to bring forward a co-designed environmental strategy on behalf of the Executive entitled the Green Growth Strategy. It will align economic growth and development with the protection and enhancement of natural assets. The Northern Ireland Future Agricultural Policy Framework has been developed in line with the Green Growth Principles and will help to deliver its objectives. I anticipate launching this new Future Agricultural Policy Framework in early 2021, and I'll update the House further at that time. Today, however, I want to broadly outline my vision for future for support payments. Leaving the EU provides for an unprecedented level of regional discretion and flexibility with regard to future agriculture support in Northern Ireland. This is the most significant change in policy affecting the agriculture sector in over 40 years, and it means that our policies do not have to be constrained by the EU CAP Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 construct. We need to move to something new, which better addresses the needs of Northern Ireland agriculture. And this represents a unique opportunity to develop a new dynamic for key stakeholders across the food, agriculture and environmental spectrum, to work with Northern Ireland Government to chart a new way forward with common purpose. And for this to be successful, it is vital that the long-term outcomes of productivity, resilience, environmental sustainability and supply chain functionality are kept to the fore, which will demand difficult choices, compromises, as well as strong leadership at all levels. These four outcomes complement and reinforce each other, and they are broadly supported by stakeholders. A healthy and sustainable environment secures long-term agricultural productive capacity and underpins resilience. Productive agriculture minimises waste and maximises resource efficiency, which underpins environmental performance and reduces exposure to market risk. And an integrated and efficient supply chain ensures that agricultural activity is properly focused on delivering market demands, thereby minimising wasted effort, wasted resource and inefficient supply chains, and reflecting broader societal demands for sustainable production methods. The primary tools available to us, science, education, incentivisation and regulation, are applicable to helping deliver all of these outcomes, and my focus is now on how we can best deliver these outcomes with the tools and resources that I have at my disposal. Today also allows me to once again put on record that going forward I want to devise support schemes that provides opportunities for all our farmers. No farmer should be left behind. Schemes and support are needed to help farmers develop their business, no matter where they farm, to become more efficient and to maximise the sustainable returns they can achieve from assets at their disposal. These assets include the environmental assets on their farm. I believe that farms, especially those in hills and other disadvantaged areas, are well placed to play a major role in delivering more of the environmental outcomes people who live here want and that we owe to our future generations. And I believe that farmers should be properly rewarded for delivering these environmental outcomes and achieve a return on their environmental assets present on their farms. This offers a way forward where better economic performance and better environmental performance are the inseparable twin goals of any sustainable farm business. The House will be aware that the UK Agricultural Act gained royal assent on the 11th of November. I very much welcome this Act. It provides a platform on which we can start to move forward. Ideally, I would have liked to have had a locally developed Agricultural Act taken through this House. However, that was not possible in the time available to us, but the Agricultural Act that we do have provides us with sufficient scope to introduce the changes that will set us on a new pathway. The current working assumption is that the budget for the future agricultural support payments for the remainder of the Parliament will be similar to the current direct agricultural support budget of £293 million per annum, plus a proportion of the Pillar 2 budget. This ring-fenced funding will need to cover all the support measures we wish to introduce. Current direct agricultural support is distributed by a decoupled area-based payment. I do not believe that this mechanism as it stands will deliver the outcomes and the agricultural industry that we wish to see. Nevertheless, I want to explore the role for a basic area-based resilience payment that provides a safety net, but must not blunt the incentive to become more productive and to deliver better environmental outcomes. Careful analysis is necessary to identify an appropriate design of this mechanism that could reflect issues such as scale of operation, that is, a cap on the maximum payment, and indeed a minimum lower threshold activity and so on, which was set in the context of a cross-compliance regime that was designed specifically for Northern Ireland to help deliver policy outcomes. This will take time, but it is my intent to move as quickly as I can on this to provide the budget necessary to deliver new schemes and approaches. As part of a package, I would wish to use a proportion of the agriculture budget to fund coupled payments, targeting, for example, suckler cow and breeding ewe producers. It is important to stress that this would not be a return to the old coupled payments of the past. We need to design in futures that will help achieve the goals of increased productivity and environmental sustainability. I have tasked my officials to complete a comprehensive review of the options for coupled support payments, and I had hoped to consult on this during 2021. I want to say something on coupled support for protein crops. I intend to introduce a protein crop scheme for growing combinable beans, peas and sweet lupins for 2021. These crops will create a domestically produced source of protein for animal feed and provide agronomic benefits with arable rotations. I intend to introduce this for 2021 on a pilot basis and refine the approach for subsequent years to maximise the economic and environmental benefits. A major part of the new agricultural framework will, of course, be the Agri-Environment Programme. As I have already indicated, we need to create a regime that properly incentivises and rewards the protection of existing and creation of new environmental assets. We will work with our farmers and land managers and environmental stakeholders to co-design a new approach to agri-environment measures that is focused on delivering outcomes and delivering a lasting legacy. We have the opportunity to create a new approach where management of the environment becomes a profit centre within the farm business rather than a cost centre. My officials are looking at a range of other issues that will contribute to a new agricultural policy agenda. These include the role of capital support, generational renewal, upskilling and professional development, opportunities to develop the horticulture sector and supply chain initiatives. And I hope to say more about this in the early part of next year. Whilst work is progressing to develop this long-term agricultural support strategy, I want to make some early changes to start to move us in the desired direction. Therefore, I have asked my department to review our approach on the current schemes and implement improvements and simplifications where possible that are in keeping with the longer-term direction of travel and what can be taken forward under the Agriculture Act. Therefore, with this in mind, on the 1st of January 2021, I have decided to implement the following changes. I have already announced that I will remove the greening requirements for the 2021 scheme year and incorporate the greening payment into basic payment scheme entitlement unit values. However, I will retain the ban on ploughing or conversion of environmentally sensitive permanent grassland under BPS rules. As currently designed, the objective of the greening requirements is to address a particular set of problems in cereal-producing regions where there is a predominance of very large fields that are devoid of landscape features and used for monocropping. The evidence is strong that greening requirements of crop diversification and environmental focus area retention have a very limited relevance to Northern Ireland. If anything, it seems to have been counterproductive by reducing the area of cropping and thus the diversity of land cover and habitat. My view is rather than persist with this failed initiative, it is much better to focus efforts and resources on developing a set of bespoke environmental measures that will ensure the delivery of environmental outcomes tailored for Northern Ireland, which are adequately funded. Greening rules have added significant complications to the administration of the direct agricultural support payments for both applicants and those administering the scheme. Removing greening will also greatly reduce the inspection requirement associated with the direct payment regime. Incorporating the greening payment into the overall BPS entitlement values will mean that farmers will see no difference in the funding they receive. Protection of environmentally sensitive permanent grassland will be enhanced by incorporating these rules into the basic payment schemes. So, whilst working on the development of bespoke environmental measures takes place, Northern Ireland's robust set of environmental laws will continue to provide protection against biodiversity loss. It's also important to remember that the landscape features such as hedges and shucks will continue to be protected under cross-compliance. On capping of payments, given that the changes for 2021 do not have a primary aim of altering the amount of funding farmers receive in 2021, it is my intention to make a technical adjustment to deliver a neutral solution on capping. However, this is for 2021 only, and I want to look at capping more closely as part of the longer-term approach to support and have asked officials to bring forward options for consideration. For 2021, I am limiting the number of entitlements that can be allocated or topped up from the Regional Reserve in respect of applications from young farmers and new entrants to 90 for each application. This brings the approach into line with the Young Farmers Payment. The aim is to prevent very large allocations from the reserve to individual farm businesses, which are difficult to justify, but cannot at present be prevented. This change will also reduce the incentive to submit speculative claims or to exploit the reserve. I'll also limit over-declaration to 100% of the amount due based on the area determined. This will eliminate the need to apply offset penalties in subsequent years. At present, in some cases where an over-declaration is large, the over-declaration penalty exceeds the payment due prior to penalty. In such cases, the payment is zero, and the outstanding part of the declaration penalty is offset against future payments made to businesses over the next 3 years. I believe the reduction of the payment to zero is an adequate deterrent against speculative claims involving the declaration of a large proportion of ineligible land. I have also asked my officials to review the approach to application of cross-compliance penalties as soon as possible. My aim is to ensure that penalties are proportionate and reflect the seriousness of the non-compliance identified. As I have used the primary powers within the UK Agricultural Act, secondary legislation to give legal effect to the 2021 scheme is currently being drafted, and I will bring this forward under the draft affirmative procedure in the future. I can assure the House that in developing the future agricultural framework and our approach to future agricultural support payments, I will consult with a full range of agriculture and environment stakeholders and keep you all updated. My ultimate aim is to ensure that we take full advantage of the opportunity to develop a sustainable agricultural industry in which farmers are supported on an equitable basis. This will be underpinned by a set of bespoke measures that will ensure the delivery of productive, environmental, sustainable, resilient and supply chain focused outcomes tailored for Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, welcome your statement today. At paragraph 19, and on the pilot scheme for protein crops, beans and sweet lupins and of their benefits, how would you propose to encourage farmers to partake of this scheme, and has it been tried before? Thank you.
It's currently something which is available in the Republic of Ireland. So, as I understand, it's close to €100 per acre of support. That is something which they have used. What I would say about protein crops is that there are two particular advantages or actually three advantages to growing protein crops. One is that it increases the rotation that takes place. The protein crops are good for soil in that they break it up quite well. Secondly, protein crops actually capture nitrogen from the air. So beans, for example, is a crop that will capture nitrogen. We have an issue with nitrogen deposition into our peatlands. So something which removes nitrogen from the atmosphere is something which is positive. Thirdly, protein crops grown here will displace the requirement. It will be a small displacement, I recognise this, but it will displace some of the requirement for the importation of grains such as soya, which are largely grown in South America, and an element of that is grown by removing rainforests. So, on the environmental side of it, there are significant advantages to growing protein crops in Northern Ireland, and that's why I want to take that forward.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Minister, I thank you for the statement. It's a lengthy statement and a lot of detail in it, but I look forward to in my role in the committee going through it and working with you to produce this. In total, CAP basic payment annually is $293 million and represents 79% of the total income of our farmers. And this is currently wholly funded by the EU. Does the Minister agree that a level playing field on the island of Ireland is critical to the smooth operation of our agri-food economy, and any future policy that diverges away from CAP could cause disadvantage to our primary producers and rural communities here in the north?
Well, anything could happen. We also could be advantaged as a consequence of moving away from CAP. I indicated that the removal of the greening requirements, which was something which was much more applicable in large grain growing areas in France, and east of England and so forth, but actually wasn't being of benefit in Northern Ireland. So moving away from CAP creates an obvious benefit in that respect without creating any environmental detriment. So there will be areas that us moving away from CAP, which was a very broad-based scheme for all of the European Union, is something which we will be able to make bespoke to ourselves in terms of how we support farming, and therefore I believe that we can drive greater productivity and better environmental outcomes at the same time, and through developing our own bespoke scheme, and I look forward to working with the committee in doing that.
I call Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Could I ask the Minister, just as we're moving forward, basic payments are of course crucial to underpinning farm life and providing support income to farmers. With Brexit looming, can the Minister give us any advice as to what further assurances have either been sought or received from the Westminster Government about additional and continuing support for farmers?
Well, we continue to raise these issues with the UK Government along with other devolved administrations. So we take the opportunity at the interministerial group meetings to raise the issues of continued support. We will continue to receive reassurances on that front, but we will continue to keep pressing the case for agriculture and environment in Northern Ireland. I should say that it probably was a much easier case to make pre-COVID in that there was a fair bit more money in the system, but if the UK Government has to keep borrowing money at the current rate that it is, and I suspect that other European countries know that they're in the same position, it's going to put pressures on every other area, and that's something that we need to be alert to. The current COVID crisis is creating an unsustainability in terms of public finances, and I trust that the vaccine will allow us to move on from this, but we're going to be left with debts which are akin to debts that will be achieved by a war as a consequence of COVID, and ultimately that could put pressures on public finances and that could impact upon us.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Minister, you refer to a major part of the new agricultural framework will of course be an agri-environment programme. Do you foresee in the future that NIEA and the Shared Environmental Services will work with the agricultural community in a more supportive role to enable modern progressive farming in parallel with the protection of the environmental assets?
Well, I can't speak for Shared Environmental Services because they are paid for by councils and they're independent of ourselves. NIEA is responsible to us, although some members would prefer that we have an entirely independent environmental protection agency. And I would suggest that members who do look for an independent environmental protection agency to look at the role of SES and then consider if that's what they really want. Because I'd have to say, particularly in some of the more marginal areas where the land may not be as productive for the likes of big dairy farms and beef farms, a lot of people have ensured that there has been renewal on those farms through the building chicken houses. So you go into many parts of County Tyrone, for example, there are quite a lot of chicken houses that have been built there, and those properties have ensured that people who have a skill, have an agricultural skill, have been able to stay on a farm which would not have been productive enough to keep them otherwise. And that's something, sustainability is about a sustainable environment, it's about a sustainable economy, it's about sustainable food production. So in all of this, in dealing with the problem, it is not through a blunt instrument of planning, it is actually tackling the issue of ammonia that needs to be addressed, and that's something that we as a department are working very hard to bring forward proposals that will make a significant impact on reducing the ammonia emissions and consequently negating the damage that would be being done to the environment by further production. So we want to encourage further production, but we want to do it in a way which is sustainable, and I believe that as a department that's what we're working towards, as opposed to just blindly saying this is a problem, so we'll stop doing that and that will end the problem. We need to address the issues that will resolve the problem but allow sustainable food production to continue.
I call John Blair.
Thank you. Can I thank the Minister for the detailed statement, in which point 13 seems to indicate a preference for a bespoke Northern Ireland Agriculture Act. Can I ask the Minister Deputy Speaker, given that statement is made there, and given the reality of importance of agriculture to our economy, the particular quality of our farm product, and the problem of rising ammonia levels, could such an act be developed to deal with these issues? Are there plans in place to do that? And if there aren't currently, could such plans be put in place in the future?
One of the problems that we have with this mandate runs out in 2022. So for any legislation to get through now, it's going to be particularly challenging because you have your consultation process. You then have the work to do with OLC in terms of developing the legislation, and then the normal process of going through the Assembly, which can take up to a year. So whilst I would like to do an Agricultural Act, and that would be something which is desirable, I'm not sure that we will have we will have the capacity to do it in the time frame, particularly given that the UK has just passed an Agricultural Act, which, whilst it's not perfect for us, certainly gives us considerable cover. So I do have a number of pieces of legislation that I intend to bring forward, but I don't think that I can achieve an Agricultural Act in the lifetime of the current proposed lifetime of this Assembly.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement and his vision for the future of agriculture. And it's clear that the Minister has a wide knowledge of grassroots agriculture as he makes a statement. In relation to crossing and planned penalties, and you did say I think that you would look at that issue. There has been an issue in the past, and the Minister will be aware of this, I'm sure, whereby penalties were applied to a farmer and he appealed on those penalties and went to an independent panel. Independent panel in some situations adjudicated and supported the farmer, and the department refused to agree to the independent panel's decision. What is the view of the Minister on that issue?
I used to find it incredibly frustrating when having represented a constituent and won a case at an independent panel to receive a letter from an agricultural minister. We were generally named Michelle, the agricultural ministers at the time, but to receive a letter from them indicating that they were overturning the decision of the independent panel. I have made it clear to my officials that I won't be overturning decisions of independent panels. Why have an independent panel to look at these things, to give an assessment of how the department came to their point of view, of what the individual who made the claim had done, and arrive at a conclusion on the information presented to then just put a pen through it? It is entirely inappropriate. I won't be doing it, and I've made that absolutely clear to officials that when the independent panel makes a decision, that is a final decision.
I call Declan McAleer.
I welcome the statement from the Minister today. Minister, on paragraph 32 you made reference to a neutral solution on capping. Something I'd just like you to elaborate on, because I'm aware during the last cap reform there was a cap put in the BPS, because there was a situation before that there where some farmers were getting the best part of £1/3 of £1 million a single farm payment a year, nearly £1,000 a day. and there's a cap then put on that there. So I'm just wondering, what specifically are you referring to, or what's your ideas around this neutral solution on capping, which is on the statement today?
For 2021, I don't intend to change the capping that's in place, but I would make it clear that I do intend to change capping going forward. So, as we discuss these issues, I don't believe that some of the payments are appropriate. I know that some of the farms are large scale, but I do believe that as we go forward, that I would prefer to see the money spread more evenly. I'd like to see perhaps farmers who aren't just as large a scale receiving a greater proportion of it. And I'd also like to deal with the issue of maybe some of the hobby farming that takes place where there is no real reliance on farming, but people keep maybe a small acreage to engage in the hobby of farming. I'm wanting to support the people who are reliant on farming for a living, and if someone is receiving large amounts of money into hundreds of thousands, then they're somewhat less reliant than perhaps people who are operating with £15,000 of profit in a year, and it's hard to feed your family and keep a home with that sort of profitability.
I call Colin McGrath.
Paragraph 7 and 8, Minister, reference the European Union, and given that we are still within the EU regulatory zone and thankfully retain full access to the EU market, does the Minister appreciate the importance of continuing to align with EU policies in order not to disadvantage our local farmers with farmers in the south and in other parts of the EU?
Well, on the regulatory aspect of it, yes, we will be aligning because that's part of the protocol agreement. That's somewhat unfortunate because some of the cross-compliance things do not act in our benefit, but nonetheless, that is where we are. In terms of moving forward, I would remind members that whilst the protocol kept us in the single market, oddly enough, the European Union don't want Northern Ireland to be participants in their free trade agreements. So I would challenge the European Union on that. If they want to keep us in the single market, why should it be second-class citizenship in that single market? And if we're producing goods to exactly the same standards as the rest of the European Union, why then are we not entitled to be part of their free trade agreement? Now, we will be part of the UK's free trade agreements, but why is the European Union not doing that? I understand that the reason that they're not doing that is because there's too much work involved. So I would suggest that that should be reconsidered, because if we're going to be part of the single market, as the EU desired, and as they negotiated with the UK Prime Minister, and as was decided by the Westminster Parliament, then we should get the advantages of it, not just the disadvantages.
I call Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his statements, and thank you for educating me today, Minister. I thought shuck was an agricultural slang word, but now I know it's a real word which has origins in Irish, which some of my more learned Gaelic friends might give you more information on. In terms of the basic payment scheme, Minister, a typical farm in South Armagh, which is 80 acres of land ownership, 40 acres taken, 100 head of cattle, mixed beef, suckler herd. What were the basic payments they were receiving, and what will be the payments they will be receiving going forward as part of your proposals?
Well, the posh word for shuck, of course, is drain. I thought it was more Ulster Scots than it was Irish, but perhaps Patsy could educate us on that. But nonetheless, it's a good old word that's used in the country, and people understand shuck better than drain, so they do. And anyway, drains very often are enclosed and shucks are always open. So anyway, in terms of farms in County Armagh, I know them very well. I visit that area from time to time. I talk to farmers from County Armagh, and ultimately, I know the land type in that area, and it is, more suitable to suckler, particularly in the southern part of it, than it is to dairy. In the more northern part of Armagh, it's probably more dairy. But in terms of what we're looking at, it's how do we take away the broad instrument which just gives somebody a payment and doesn't reflect a lot on the work that they do, and how do we actually make that instrument encourage people to engage in keeping livestock, appropriate numbers of livestock for their farm, and ensuring that they're supported to do that. So supporting the suckler cow is something which is key. LAMC have put forward proposals along with NIMEA and a number of other organisations which looks at supporting suckler cows, which looks at supporting a bit of beef finishing and so forth. And I think it's important that we throw these things open to discussion. We set out an element of it that will go for that type of support. And that will be removed from the basic payment and then shifted over into the other pillar, which will allow us to encourage and particularly encourage younger people to engage in farming. I know a lot of young people who would love to farm, but they haven't got the land. Maybe there's land in the family, but they just can't make enough money to get going at it. And I would love to encourage more young people to come into farming, because it is a great life, it is a great way of life, and it is a great career for people to have, but it needs to be a career where young people can put bread on the table and provide for their families if they go into it.
I call Emma Sheeran.
Minister, thank you for your statement. I noticed in paragraph 11, and you reiterated it there when you were making your verbal statement, that you want no farmer to be left behind. And it's an unfortunate reality, Minister, that many of the decisions that you've taken this year have left a lot of farmers feeling left behind, notably the decision to stop the transition towards a flat rate, which would have allowed farmers operating below the regional average an expected pay increase of about 14%, as well as your refusal to reinstate the ANC payment against the wishes of this House. Minister, what specific commitments can you make today to assure farmers in less favoured and severely disadvantaged areas that they will no longer be left behind?
Well, in terms of the scheme, if one looks at where the payment system was back 5 or 6 years ago and where it is now, you couldn't describe those areas of being left behind vis-à-vis others within agriculture. So actually quite a lot of the lowland farms are not particularly profitable, and people need to recognise that. Farming in general is not that profitable, and therefore encouraging farming and farm systems where you can maximise the value for your product, where you can market your product in a way which gains the highest amount of income, where we can support farmers, particularly who can make real environmental benefits, where we can provide them the support for doing that. And I'm open to ways, and I'm happy to discuss this fully with people in the uplands, and they know better their land than anybody as to how to make it productive. But I'm happy to engage in qualitative discussions with folks in the uplands as to how best we can take things forward. But I do not believe that a flat rate system is something which is to the benefit of agriculture. It's not to the benefit of a lot of the smaller farmers, and it's a system which I don't think is the way forward for the future of Northern Ireland.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. In paragraph 31 of his statement, it says that Northern Ireland's robust set of environmental laws will continue to provide protection against biodiversity loss. Would the Minister not agree with me to strengthen those laws and ensure proper enforcement of those? We need an independent environmental protection agency brought forward in legislation and enacted before the end of this Assembly term?
Well, I hear about independent environmental agencies, and I hear about independence in general, and then I hear people who say the courts haven't fined that person enough. I hear that all the time in this chamber, where people are challenging the courts about their fining system. The courts are an independent agency. I hear people discussing SES and the quality of their planning advice, and they're very critical of it in this chamber. They're an independent body. And I often ask the question, what are we elected to do? Because we are elected to be accountable to the people. So in terms of environmental regulation, what is wrong with having a system whereby there is accountability to this chamber in a way that an independent environmental agency would not provide? I can come to this chamber and be held to account for the actions of NIEA, which does have a lot of autonomy in terms of what it does, but I can be held accountable for its actions in a way that I couldn't be held accountable in this chamber for the actions of an independent environmental protection agency. And one of the things that I will be held accountable for is what I want to do in terms of uplands, because one of the areas of the loss of biodiversity has been decisions made in the past to drain areas in the uplands, and that actually made farmland more productive in those areas. However, we now know that the most harmful thing in terms of carbon capture in our peatlands is loss of water. And the reality is that we need to wet areas around those peatlands once again. And that's one of the things that we need to do in this new scheme, is to support those farmers. If we're going to wet land that they're not going to be able to productively use, then we need to support them financially for the environmental benefit that will be created by wetting the peatlands once again. And that's an important piece of work to do. And I'm happy to be held accountable in these things, which I don't believe would be the case were it to be an environmental agency. It'll add another layer, but nonetheless, it is an issue for this Assembly ultimately to decide.
I call Sean Lynch.
And I want to thank the Minister for his statement. Paragraph 3 refers to an integrated and responsive supply chain as one of your desired outcomes for future policy, Minister. In the absence of an effective groceries code adjudicator and no legislation guaranteed minimum farm gate prices, can you seriously deliver this outcome?
Well, I would agree with the member that the groceries adjudicator is not particularly effective. And I would say that there has been a noticeable change even this year on the back of COVID, as there's been a switch maybe more to people buying their own produce than eating out. And it would demonstrate to me that perhaps the grocery chain is perhaps not the worst problem that we have, albeit the big supermarkets have massive buying powers. But the general public are quite discerning, and they do like food which is produced locally when they're out shopping in the supermarkets, and you don't have the same opportunity to do that if you go out to a restaurant or a cafe. And I think that there has been a tremendous movement towards buying local. Local butchers' shops and vegetable shops and so forth have been doing well throughout COVID, because people have wanted that reassurance, and therefore want to build upon that and build upon the fact that people know that food grown in their own country is generally food which is grown to a high standard. If I import chicken from some of the places in the world that we are importing it from, I don't have the same assurances that the standards are the same as they are here. So, one of the reasons, and people talk about chlorinated chicken, the problem isn't actually with the chlorination of the chicken. The problem is the fact that there is considerable salmonella in the chicken, that they need to chlorinate it in the first place, And the reason that there's considerable salmonella is that the stocking rates of the houses in those instances are far higher than they are here. As a consequence, they produce chicken cheaper because the stocking rates are higher, but it's not of the same quality as is produced locally. And we need to be absolutely certain that the public know that what they're buying here is produced to the highest possible standards. And I want that to be in terms of the quality, the eating quality, its provenance, its traceability, its food miles, its environmental impact. And I believe that in Northern Ireland we can produce a product which ticks the A-star list on every front if we can just do a few more measures and introduce a few more measures. We will be top rate for every aspect of our food production.
I call Kellie Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for your comments so far. As you know, I'm from the Ards Peninsula, and one of the areas that is extremely important to me, and in fact a number of your councillor colleagues, they work on the Ards Peninsula Coastal Erosion Group. And I was just wondering, under the climate change adaptation, where it talked about identifying and sharing information and best practice regarding community and private sector engagement in climate adaptation and governance models, has there been any discussion on that coastal management? We have a situation in the Ards Peninsula at St Anne's Point outside Grey Abbey, where the reclaimed land has been breached. The sea has come in, or the loch has come in, and has basically poisoned. You can see trees are dead now. So I was just wondering, is there anything on that modelling and on that governance? And for instance, has the abatement principle been discussed at that being taken away and something new brought on board?
Whilst coastal erosion isn't part of this, it is a very important issue. And County Down has a much softer landscape than County Antrim, which is considerable amounts of basalt and so forth, and I always remark at Port Stewart that those rocks that have withstood that battering year after year after year. County Down just isn't as sustainable a coastline in that respect, so coastal erosion is something that we do take very seriously. One of the things that I am looking at doing is LiDAR mapping of all of Northern Ireland, and that will involve our coastlines, and that will be a huge source of information. I want to work with the Department of Finance on it, who have their own plane, but that will give us a huge amount of information. I want to do that in conjunction with doing with soil analysis, so soil testing every field in Northern Ireland, which will lead us to a situation where we have a much greater understanding of the nutrient requirements that are required in Northern Ireland. As we move forward on an environmental front, I want to see us doing considerable work on slurry separation, pelletization of phosphates, because we have too much phosphates, and instead of that going onto our land and ultimately into our waterways, it becomes a marketable product to other parts of the world which are phosphate deficient. So these are all things that we need to be looking forward to, and we cannot stand still. We can't do everything the same for decades and expect the same results, because the world is moving on, things are changing, and ultimately there are things that we can do which will be considerably beneficial for the environment, but can also be financially beneficial at the same time, and that's areas that we need to delve into and ensure that we can support farms and agricultural producers as they move to these schemes.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you. And thank you, Minister. And just on the issue of the quality of our local food, I think we just be cognizant of the fact that people will buy the food that they can afford, and given the economic ramifications of the crisis that we're in at the minute, I think we need to be careful that the potential for cheaper imports to be within the budget of people here doesn't allow our good quality to be the major export for other markets. And I suppose that brings me into the question that, in your response to Ms Sheeran's question earlier, I'm hoping that you can give us a wee bit more detail on the support schemes to provide opportunities for all farmers For example, is there specific measures you're thinking to address farm poverty and the decline in farm gate prices? And I just ask that because one story from a farmer that I have who tells us that just 2 years ago he invested 500,000 of a loan into a new hen laying unit, and he had
member
the plan
has
that he
asked her question.
take 10 years to pay that back and take a 15,000 salary for himself. But a neighbour's son worked in a local factory and earned more.
Order. Would the member come to a conclusion with her question? It's meant to be a short introduction and a question.
So is there particular efforts being made to really get stuck into addressing the disparity in farm poverties?
Yeah, and what the member raises in terms of the case that she's talking about, that is the sort of investments that's very often required now to be sustainable in modern farming. So you're looking at investments of hundreds of thousands of pounds just to create something which is viable and produces a way forward. Profitability is the key thing, and how we support our agriculture in being profitable is much more important than support packages, because that's how people want to make their living. They don't want to be dependent on government handouts where possible. They want to actually make the money themselves. And people are out there working extremely hard every day, deserve to have a good income on the basis of their hard work. What we want to do is to provide means of ensuring that agriculture remains sustainable. Having an envelope of close to £300 million is a huge asset to us, and how we spend that and how we utilise that is incredibly important to ensure that we get to that point where people are productive in terms of bringing in their own finances.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. I generally welcome the Minister's statement. I'm sure it's a great disappointment to the many doomsayers, some within this House and some outside, who told us that after Brexit there'd be no farming, there'd be no money, because the cash cow of the EU would be no more. What a lot of nonsense that was. I welcome generally many of the things, particularly the end to greening, but I do notice the pledge that no farmer will be left behind. And I would ask the Minister, when it comes to the application of the environmental policies, can he ensure that that happens? For example, he has talked to this House about introducing an end, a requirement for injection-only slurry spreading. There are many small farmers who will never be able to afford the equipment in that regard. So, in adjusting those policies, will he please bear in mind that no farmer should be left behind?
No, and I accept what the member says, and that is a course that we're moving to, and there is very clear environmental benefits from it. And there's also agricultural benefits in that there's greater utilisation of the nutrients that are actually applied to the land and less loss to the atmosphere as a consequence. I know that certainly on particularly steep land it can be more challenging, and therefore those are issues that we will need to address going forward. And many small farmers will of course use contractors, and whilst the contractors have a significant charge per hour for the utilisation of such equipment, they do an awful lot of work in a very short space of time, so very often it pays better to bring in someone else to do it as opposed to have your own equipment. But nonetheless, the member raises a valid point in ensuring that we do create schemes and systems which are not punitive on people, but actually ensure that we can assist in what we do in terms of the environment, at the same time as encouraging good farm practice, which doesn't lead to a situation where it becomes unaffordable for people to engage in.
I call Stuart Dixon.
And thank you, Minister. I've been listening to the debate this morning, and I have some concerns and interest around the whole area about the future of agricultural policy as you've described it in the paper, particularly around those areas of resilience, increased productivity, environmental sustainability and improved resilience. How do you believe that that can be achieved without the support of the European Union, without our ability to sell goods into the European Union if that becomes a difficulty, if a Brexit deal cannot be done, and indeed without the support of the Common Agricultural Policy?
Well, the protocol obviously, whilst there's many disadvantages to it, there is one advantage that we do have access to the single market. So selling to the European Union going forward is not an issue, it's not a problem. And Northern Ireland, of course, will have full access to sell to the UK market, which is the strongest market for anywhere in Europe. It is the strongest market, for example, for beef, and pays the highest price for beef anywhere in the European Union. And therefore, access to that market, which takes over 50% of our product, the European Union around 25% of our product, and the rest of the world the other 25%. So going forward, I'm confident that we will be able to utilise markets well and to sell well into markets. I did make reference to the European Union free trade agreements, that I thought it was somewhat incongruous that whilst they're keeping us in the single market, and whilst then we have to apply all of the rules of the single market, that they didn't seek to benefit us with the free trade agreements that they are settling with other people. So the European Union clearly wanted to keep Northern Ireland locked in many aspects, but don't want to lock us in terms of the advantageous aspects. And that's something which I think they should reconsider. And I know it involves work for them, but nonetheless, either they play fair or they don't play at all.
Call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement today. Can you please outline how the environmental plans contained in your report integrate with payment plans, and outline if any transition is required? And further to that then, what conversations you have with the Department of Finance going forward, because obviously there's a lot of learning in terms of trying to get the COVID payments out and the business support grants, so it's really just about payments. Thank you.
Well, two issues. On environment, this is a formative speech today which wants to open up a debate as to how best we can do things going forward and how we can better utilise this £300 million package to support production and to support the environment. Some areas will be more, farmers will benefit more greatly from the environmental aspects of things going forward than they will from the production end. And I think for most of them, whilst we prefer to be engaged in production, for most of them the bottom line is what really matters. So that is something which we will focus very heavily on in ensuring that we do get better environmental outcomes from the money that we invest in single farm payment.
And that is the end of our period of questions to the Minister on his statement. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister for Justice. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Justice. I guess Sir Mark Durkan for when you cashed. I call Mark Durkan for a question.
Question number 1.
And I call the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I would like to answer questions 1 and 6 together. I'm committed to ensuring that the law provides for the most effective protection for victims of stalking and that it is progressed as a matter of urgency. I have met with victims of stalking and have heard of the horrendous experiences that they've been subjected to. I want to make sure that victims of this insidious crime will be able to get the justice and protection they so desperately need and deserve. That is why I'm pleased to report that the drafting of the Protection from Stalking Bill is nearing completion, and my intention is to introduce the bill to the Assembly in December. This will be a standalone bill which is focused on introducing a specific offence of stalking and includes a provision for the introduction of stalking protection orders which will offer victims of stalking immediate protection from the perpetrator.
Mark Durkan, supplementary question. Mark.
I thank the Minister for her answer, and I'm delighted to hear of the progress she is making in the drafting of the bill. Could the Minister outline to the House her vision of what the central components of such legislation should be?
Well, first of all, as I said in the original answer, the intention would be that, first of all, there are protections for victims of stalking and that those would be included in the bill, but also that the definition of stalking would be clarified in law. At the moment, as you know, that there can be issues in terms of the use of the harassment laws in order to be able to prosecute actions of stalking behaviour. So this would set, I think, a clearer course, a more specific offence in terms of stalking, but then also offer protections that mean that it would, for example, lie with the PSNI to take forward the stalking protection orders rather than the individual themselves having to seek a non-molestation order, which I think most members recognise can be quite challenging.
Call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, sir, and I thank the Minister for her answers. I do welcome the fact that this legislation is due to be coming forward in December. Every person should be free from stalking or harassment. The Minister will know that a crucial element of any propositions that make their way to the statute book is a sufficient budget available to allow for speedy access to justice in this area. Has the Department made any estimate as to what the financial requirement will be to ensure the implementation of this welcome legislation?
Well, I thank the member for his question. I think the issue here is one not of, if you like, creating new duties and obligations which will lead to increased costs, but the actual issue is about improving access to the law where currently access is difficult, for example, by using the harassment provisions that are already in statute. So we don't anticipate that there will necessarily be huge costs, because obviously one of the issues in terms of delivering this is that where people seek protection from harassment, as things stand, those can often lead to very complicated and protracted cases in court. By simplifying the offence, it should make it easier for people to get the protections that they need. There will, of course, be some transfer of responsibility, because in terms of seeking a non-molestation order, the financial obligations lie with the person who applies. And whilst they may be able to get some assistance through legal aid, depending on their means, this would then fall to the PSNI. However, that is one of the issues that we would be looking at in terms of how we budget on going forward. We do not anticipate that there will be a significant increase in cost.
Sir Linda Dillon, when you cash, I call Linda Dillon.
And can I thank the Minister for her answers thus far, and she has highlighted some of the issues that would be of greatest concern to us. And you have spoke to what is available at the moment in terms of harassment and intimidation legislation. And we know that the sentences in relation to those can be quite lenient. So can the Minister give some assurances around that the sentences in relation to the Stalking Bill will reflect the seriousness of the crime?
I think it's absolutely crucial that they do, and that is a matter which, as a member of the Justice Committee, the member will have the opportunity to scrutinise in some detail when the bill comes forward. I think it is also, indicative of where we're headed. We're intending on a stalking offence quite similar in structure to the model that is applying in Scotland at the moment, which was introduced in 2010. So I think we will have. I think we will have an opportunity through the experience of Scotland to be able to inform our policy basis here.
I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, given that Northern Ireland will be the only jurisdiction in the UK with its own standalone stalking bill, how will our offence compare with that in the other parts of the UK? Thank you.
I think it's important for us to seek to build the most robust preventions for stalking that we can in legislation, and we do that by comparing what other jurisdictions have already on statute. I think that this is, from our perspective, one way of making sure that our provisions will be more robust, but also I am bringing it forward as a significant piece of legislation, but a standalone piece of legislation, because there was the option for us to incorporate it, for example, into the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, which is going through today. But I think there were two issues with that would have caused me some concern. The first is that it conflates domestic abuse and stalking, and not everyone who is stalked is a victim of domestic abuse. In fact, often stalkers have got nothing to do with the domestic setting and have no prior relationship with the individual who is stalked. I think that is a very important issue in terms of clarity for the public. But also I think that it would have risked stalking not being given the adequate attention that it needs to be given in order to be able to be properly scrutinised by the committee. And so I think by creating a standalone offence, it allows us also to take the time to ensure that the training is appropriate for the justice agencies who will have to deliver on the offence and actually implement it once it's been created.
I call Andy Allen for a question.
Question 2, Deputy Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the seizure of illegal fireworks is an operational matter for the PSNI and for the Chief Constable. They have advised that the number of incidents where the PSNI have seized fireworks over the last 4 years is as follows: 148 in 2016-17, 120 in 2017-18, 129 in 2018-19 and 149 in 2019-20. The number of fireworks seized in each incident is not counted. The law is clear on the purchase, possession and use of fireworks. A licence is required to buy, sell or use fireworks. It is an offence to buy or sell fireworks without one. I would encourage anyone who has any information about the sale of illegal fireworks to report it to the PSNI or the charity Crime Stoppers.
Andy Allen for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, and I appreciate you've pointed out that it is an operational matter for the PSNI. However, Minister, I and I'm sure many others continue to be contacted by constituents who are raising concerns about the legal sale of fireworks, and it is important that where people have information that they do pass that on to the PSNI. We've also seen recent examples of the dangers of fireworks in the media as well, and I wanted to ask Minister what engagement you've had with executive colleagues around the educational piece in highlighting to our young people the dangers of fireworks.
Well, I thank the member for his question. To date, I have had no proactive investigation or proactive interaction personally with executive colleagues in this matter. However, I am aware that Belfast City Council, at the request of one of my colleagues, is now taking forward an issue around public education around fireworks and also educating people better around the law. It is something that was passed at a recent committee on the 24th of January, in fact, in the Policy and Resources Committee in Belfast City Council. And obviously they also have a role in terms of developing community strategies through the PCSPs and others in order to address those issues.
Here, Mr. Emma Rogan for Newcastle. I call Emma Rogan.
My question's been answered.
Colin McGrath. Hear him, sir. Colin McGrath, when you can.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Given that the councils are able to carry out a role and the police, could I urge the Minister to deliver some sort of policy or overarching strategy to manage this issue? In my constituency, the areas of the Flying Horse and Model Farm, from as much as 8 to 10 weeks before Halloween, people are having fireworks thrown at them, cars are having fireworks thrown at them, and people are being tortured. We need to do what we can to stop the number of fireworks well in advance of Halloween, and if it needs an interagency approach, would the Minister consider this?
Yes, of course, I would consider any approach, and I'm happy to work with other executive colleagues to address the issue. I was simply making members aware that the PCSPs and the councils are already, in some cases, doing quite substantive pieces of work around community information. But it is an issue that I recognise is serious. I know that from my own department's point of view, the law is robust in this regard, but part of the issue, as Mr Allen originally said, is that we need to get that information to the PSNI as to where fireworks are being sold and bought illegally, because I think that will make a huge difference. And, Mr Speaker, if I may, there are also, I think, some things that central government can do. Fireworks can be produced that are lower noise, for example, and we know the distress that fireworks can cause to young children, to pets, to people with sensory issues and so on. So it is incredibly important that all avenues are pursued when we look at the issue of fireworks, including keeping people safe and free of harm and abuse. In terms of antisocial behaviour, you will be aware that we are reviewing the position with regard to antisocial behaviour, and this is obviously one element of antisocial behaviour that needs to be considered.
Call Alan Chambers for a question.
Question 3, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Deputy Speaker, in 2017, 126 prisoners were held for more than 10 days in the Macabry Care and Supervision Unit. In 2018, 145 prisoners, and in 2019, 158 prisoners. Some of these prisoners may have been held in the unit on more than one occasion. These figures need to be taken in context with the number of people committed to Macabry Prison in those years. In 2017, there were 3,083 people committed. In 2018, the number was 3,224, and there were 3,344 in 2019. The Northern Ireland Prison Service takes its responsibility for the safety and well-being of all the people in its care very seriously. Care and supervision units play an important role in each of our prisons as places where individuals can be kept apart from the general population in the interests of good order and discipline, or for their own protection or the protection of others. They also provide an environment for tailored care and interaction planning, partner agency engagement, signposting and referrals to assist in addressing underlying issues leading to harmful behaviour. An individual may be placed in the CSU as a result of breaching prison rules, including engaging in harmful behaviours, violence, disruptive, aggressive or antisocial behaviour, and drug seeking, taking or trafficking. Every case is considered on an individual basis, and there is a stringent and transparent process in place to manage and review all cases. The Independent Monitoring Board is also advised when a person is placed in the CSU. Prisoners are only held in the CSU for such a time as is considered to be absolutely necessary, and the initial period of restriction will not exceed 72 hours. Any request to extend this time will only be recommended following a multidisciplinary case review chaired by a governor and will include the individual themselves. This is then considered by an authorising officer from outside of that prison, who will interview the prisoner as part of the process, should there be a recommendation for extension. All cases are reviewed weekly through the CSU's manager's weekly assessment, which allows for any application to be ended if the specific circumstances change.
Mr Chambers for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. And I welcome that the Criminal Justice Inspectorate will now conduct a review of care and supervision units. But it's a shame that it took an article in the Detail to begin such a review. But can the Minister account for the reason why the number of prisoners held in care and supervision units has increased from 585 in 2015 to 755 in 2019? Thank you.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I can. As you will know, the prison in Macabry had a very poor record when it came. It was once referred to as the most dangerous prison in Europe. And as a result of very hard work by the prison service in order to keep its officers safe and in order to keep the general prison population safe, the use of the CSU, not as some have said, By the way, because it's important, in the detail it was said that this was solitary confinement. It is not solitary confinement. People in CSU still have access to other individuals. They still get exercise outdoors. They still have access to the gym. They still have access to the health trust. They still have prison visits. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, solitary confinement. And I would correct the member. The Criminal Justice Inspectorate have inspected Maghaberry Prison on a number of occasions, and that includes the CSU, and has given it a clean bill of health as it has in every other prison. So it is not the case that we have invited in the Criminal Justice Inspector in order to placate those who have said that this is not well run. We have asked them to come in because we are confident that their report will show that the article which was published and suggested that this is in some way that this is akin to people being held in solitary confinement is not the case. That is also reflected in the comments of the current prisoner ombudsman, who has looked at the CSUs, visited the CSU, as I have myself. And I can assure members that I would not tolerate people being held for long periods of time in solitary confinement. I have witnessed the work of CSU. I have witnessed the dedication of the officers who work in the CSU in terms of trying to turn around prisoners not only with very complex needs, but incredibly dangerous prisoners, both to themselves and to other members of the prison population. And it is important, if we are going to rehabilitate people, that we do so in a context where we are able to do it as best as possible. A disruptive prisoner in the main prison fails to allow the normal prison regime to continue and to rehabilitate other prisoners. It also means that we cannot tailor on a one-to-one basis the rehabilitation support that is provided to the individuals in the way that we can in CSU.
Here Sir Jim Adone for your cast. I call Jim Adone for.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. I also welcome the announcement of the Ginny review into CSUs across the North. Will the Minister indicate a time frame for the completion of these reviews?
I will have to write to the member with some more information on that. I don't have the time frame in front of me. However, it is intended to be a short, sharp review because Ginny have already visited all of the CSUs in quite recent history when they do the normal reviews of the prison.
Call Pat Catney. Sir Pat Catney.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, I was wondering what programmes are in place to support those with poor mental health who are referred to the current supervision unit.
There are a number of options for dealing with people in the current supervision unit. There are distraction packs, there are support and signposting to mental health. There is one-to-one work between the prison officers themselves and the individuals in the CSU. I mean, people need to be realistic. We are dealing with a very complex prison population, some of whom have multiple needs that have not been addressed before they arrived in prison. But not all of those individuals are easy to work with. Often they are violent offenders, often they have complex issues, and so we have to protect both our prison staff and other members of the prison population from the risks at which they would be placed. We also have a duty of care, Mr. Speaker, to those individuals themselves who have complex needs to ensure that they are not a harm to themselves. I have witnessed in my discussions, for example, with the prison service, some of the drugs that people try to bring into the prison system secreted within their body. And if those drugs were to make it into the main prison system, it would be carnage, not just for prison officers, but for other prisoners. And in order to get those drugs, people have to be held in a dry cell in order that those drugs can be retrieved. That, unfortunately, can take a protracted period of time due to the intimidation and threat that many of those drugs mules are under to bring those drugs securely into the prison. And therefore, it is often for their own protection that they have to be held for longer periods of time than we would ideally like in order to ensure that those drugs do not make their way into the main prison population. And these are not minor issues. These are significant hauls of drugs that are caught in the CSU. But there are also those with mental health issues, and the member quite rightly says what they need is additional care and therapeutic support. And I have to say that I have been hugely impressed by the work of the South Eastern Healthcare Trust in terms of how they engage proactively around mental health in the prisons generally, but also in terms of working with those with very complex needs within the CSU environment.
Call Rachel Woods.
Speaker, Minister, you'll be aware that I've been asking lots of questions on CSUs for some time now, and I agree with you, this is complex. But in terms of the drugs, surely this supports the need for body scanners to be implemented in our prisons in order to weed out the ones that are carrying and the ones that are not. But the Independent Monitoring Board was mentioned, and the IMB play a crucial role in inspecting CSUs, monitoring their use and speaking to prisoners. Yet their volunteers' work is often hampered by not having remote access to communications facilities, and they have to travel to Maghaberry to pick up an email. So, Minister, when will your department provide volunteers with adequate, secure, remote IT systems that can assist their work, especially in the context of COVID-19 and your recently announced review of CSUs?
Well, I'm happy to look into that issue and come back to the member with a time frame around these issues. But it's not only, I have to say, the Independent Monitoring Board who monitor our CSUs. As I've already said, so Jenny have looked at our CSUs, and also it was recently described as an example of international best practice by the International Committee for the Red Cross. So I think that they are thoroughly supervised and scrutinised, but I'm more than happy to increase the scrutiny because I believe that that's in everyone's interests. And I think it prevents a misunderstanding about what actually happens within the prison system.
I call Michelle McElveen for a question.
Question 4, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to answer question 4 and question 5 together, please. The review of civil and family justice is being considered as part of an evolving civil and family justice modernisation programme, which is one of a number of reform initiatives being progressed by my department. Consideration of review recommendations is in itself a significant undertaking. Collectively, the reports contain around 400 wide-ranging recommendations, which vary from minor technical and procedural issues to substantive reforms. Not all of the recommendations are for my department. Around 2/3 are matters for the judiciary, the legal profession and other departments. Of the areas that fall to justice, I want to ensure that my department prioritises areas which are likely to generate the greatest benefits for our citizens. We've made some good progress, including the additional protections for vulnerable court users being introduced through the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, and a joint action plan being developed with Health to improve outcomes for families involved in private family law proceedings. This represents a good start, but clearly more needs to be done, and I'm working with my officials to prioritise future actions within our existing resources.
I call Michelle McElveen for supplement.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the response from the Minister. The review was published in 2017. Has the Minister costed the recommendations which fall within her remit? And given that a number of the recommendations contain a raft of proposals which include greater digitalisation and use of modern technology, with the onset of COVID, the use of technology for virtual court hearings has increased. What steps will the Minister's department take to enhance the use of technology during the pandemic and beyond?
Well, I thank the member for the supplementary. As I said, we will have to deal with the Gillen review, as we do with most issues, Mr Speaker, on the basis that we have to live within our existing budgets. And unfortunately, that is a stark reality which faces the Justice Department, but also many other executive departments. And that is likely, I think, only to become more of a challenge after this COVID crisis, because I suspect the Treasury will now be looking at how it recovers from some of the expenditure that it has been forced to make over the last number of months. So it is a stark reality, and it does, of course, hamper what we are able to do. However, on the issue particularly of the use of technology, it is something that I have to say that has been a good outcome of COVID, and there are very few of those. But I think that what we have had to do, necessity has been the mother of invention, and so instead of having the resistance often of people in the justice system to the use of remote technology, we have had a willingness to engage on that issue in order to ensure that the courts are competent and are able to continue to deliver justice over that period. It is certainly my view and that of the Criminal Justice Board, and also, I believe, those involved in civil proceedings, that we would capture the benefits that we have gained as a result of COVID in terms of development of technology and ensure that those are embedded into the system going forward.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure the member for Strangford will agree with me on this question. Great minds think alike. Given the seriousness of the issue and given the length of time since the Gillen review, I know the Minister will agree that urgent action is required, given that some of the important recommendations will require specific legislation. So can the Minister give us an absolute guarantee that she will bring the Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill before the House before the end of the mandate?
Well, Mr Speaker, I have said many times over the last week, though for different reasons, that it is impossible to give guarantees because none of us can see into the future. However, standing here with the longest view I have, I can certainly give him my guarantee that I will do my best to get that Miscellaneous Provisions Bill to the committee, and we are certainly on track to do that. And we would hope to have it with the committee and with the Assembly early next year, probably March. So I can't give cast iron guarantees because I don't know what will happen. In terms of the issue, I also want to mention about the issue of cost because it was raised by his colleague. There is also a saving, of course, to the justice system if we're able to use remote technology, because while it requires an upfront investment, it also saves us in other places. And so I think there is the opportunity for us to, within our means, see some recoup of the money that we spend, for example, transporting people around the countryside for hearings that are then adjourned. We've seen new and more agile ways of working, where adjournments are now done on an administrative basis prior to people's attendance at court. I think all of those things have been long overdue, and if COVID has delivered them, then I think we now need to embed them as part of the justice system going forward. But I agree with the member, there is an urgency. However, not all of the issues require legislation. I would want to reassure him of that. There are many issues where it is about procedures and practice, and what we will try to do through the cooperation and collaboration with the other justice agencies is to ensure that we have the best possible practice in place in order to minimise delay as we take these recommendations forward.
I'll get the Minister has answered my question.
Okay, we now move to Doug Beattie for a question.
Mr Speaker, question 7, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The term politically motivated offender is not used to describe any specific cadre of offender released on licence within our community. On the 8th of September 2020, under my direction, the Department introduced multi-agency review arrangements to support the classification and management of the risks posed by individuals considered to be terrorist-related offenders. These arrangements provide a platform for Probation Board for Northern Ireland, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, Prison Service and officials within the Department to work together for this cadre of offender to give effect to the purpose of licence supervision, namely to protect the public from harm, to reduce reoffending and to support the rehabilitation of the offender. Once classified as a terrorist-related offender, individuals will be required to apply through the interim arrangements to secure approval to change address within Northern Ireland and/or the rest of the United Kingdom, to travel to other jurisdictions within and/or outside the United Kingdom, and to permanently resettle outside of Northern Ireland. The Probation Board for Northern Ireland is an integral partner within these arrangements. Probation contributes towards decisions surrounding the classification of individuals as terrorist-related offenders and also considering and advising on the potential impact on resettlement and social welfare support relating to decisions surrounding change of address, travel or permanent resettlement. The interim arrangements provide a basis for relevant information to be shared across justice organisations to enable balanced decisions to be reached which contribute towards protecting the public from harm whilst also supporting the resettlement of the offender into society.
Doug Beattie for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for keeping me right on terminology, and I did notice that I had that wrong, whereas I was calling it terrorist-motivated offenders, but it's now terrorist-related offenders. But could I ask the Minister, given the fact is that our Probation Board, who provide a fantastic service, do find themselves in difficulties when they become under threat by terrorist organisations, which means they have to withdraw their services from certain parts of Northern Ireland. What are we doing to future-proof that so it doesn't happen in the future and that the Probation Board can do its job in these areas where threats may exist?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think that the member makes a very important point. Anyone who works within our justice system can face threats and intimidation from terrorist offenders. And the reason that I use terrorist offenders as opposed to politically motivated is simply because I don't accept that these people have political motivation. I think they're motivated by self-interest and abuse of their community. So I don't think we should give any traction to the view that they have political ambitions or that those political ambitions in any way are a cover for their offending. Prior to the arrangements that we introduced in September through the multi-agency review approach, Probation already engaged with terrorist-related offenders to provide resettlement and welfare support, but the member is of course correct that due to threats and intimidation that became very difficult. Probation Board is good at its job because they are, first of all, unlike in other parts of the UK, they are all qualified social workers, so their focus is on rehabilitation and social support, but also because they are from and live in the communities where they manage offenders, and therefore they are passionate about doing the job well. It does make them, I have to say, more vulnerable perhaps to some of those who would rather not be supervised about their activities when they leave. Licence conditions supporting public protection have been monitored by the Police Service for Northern Ireland in any event with terrorist-related offenders. And in addition, we are increasing the use of electronic monitoring to enhance measures to protect the public from a risk of harm posed by terrorist-related offenders. And I hope that the robustness of the new arrangements will actually allow us to do that in a much more effective and a much more equitable way.
And that ends the period for listed questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister give her assessment of the need for a definition of harm?
Mr Speaker, I must apologise. I didn't actually hear the member's question.
Sorry, my apologies. Will the Minister give her assessment of a definition of harm in law?
Mr Speaker, without further information as to exactly what the member is asking, it would be very difficult in terms of being able to answer a question because I'm unclear as to what the premise of it is.
Perhaps the member would use her supplementary then to clarify.
Well, I'm thinking, Minister, of one of the amendments tabled by Mr Jim Allister in respect to harm versus action, and harm tends to be something that is felt by the victim, but there's not necessarily any definition within law. So would she feel that it might be useful for this law and indeed others to potentially work towards creating a definition for harm or maybe an index?
Mr Speaker, in respect of the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, the purpose of the bill is to criminalise the actions, not the impact of the person's abusive behaviour. I think if we try to criminalise impact, that becomes very difficult. So, for example, then you would be saying that it wasn't an offence to drive your car without a seatbelt, or without wearing a seatbelt, or to drive your car intoxicated, provided there was no damage caused. I think that would be a very dangerous course of action. Of course, harm is a consideration when it comes to sentencing, but it is the intent to commit an offence, and it is the recklessness with respect to the harm that is likely to be felt by others that we are trying to capture within the bill, not actually criminalising the impact, but criminalising the behaviour itself.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the Minister will be aware, the Northern Ireland Policing Board has exhausted its investigation into Gerry Kelly's outrageous tweet about the Maze escape without reaching any conclusion, and that it now falls to the Minister to decide whether to remove him from the board. Would the Minister agree that public confidence in the board is the most important consideration in her determination?
Mr Speaker, I am aware indeed that this has been exhausted by the Policing Board, and that they have taken a look at whether or not, as under their procedures they should, informal resolution could be reached. None of those who were complainants were willing to seek an informal resolution, so that is what exhausted the processes of the board. I said at the time that I found Mr Kelly's comments both offensive and thoroughly inappropriate. I asked that he reaffirm his commitment to non-violence and exclusively peaceful and democratic means, consistent with his responsibilities both as a member of the Policing Board and as a member of this Legislative Assembly. When the incident occurred, I took the view that any investigation into whether Mr Kelly is in breach of the Policing Board Code of Conduct is a matter for the Board to consider in the first instance. That investigation by the Board has now concluded without resolution and has been referred to me for consideration under the powers available to me in the Police Northern Ireland Act 2000 to remove a member from the board. I'm currently considering, based on legal advice, which action I should take, and I'm not in a position to make any further comment in that regard at this time.
Supplementary for Mr Chambers.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the Minister has alluded, she does have the power under the Police Northern Ireland Act to, and I quote, if someone is unfit to discharge their functions as a member of the board, she can remove them. Given his tweet and the earlier well-publicised use of boat cutters to remove a legally placed wheel clamp on his vehicle, in what way does the Minister think that Mr Kelly might be fit to continue as a board member?
I refer the member to my previous statement.
Call Robbie Butler.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for her answers, and thank her for her work for prison staff in recent times. I'd like to ask the Minister, has she had any discussions with the Director General of Prisons with regard to marking the centenary of Northern Ireland?
No, Mr Speaker.
Supplementary, Mr Butler.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Would the Minister just give a commitment to open the line of discussion with the Deputy General, perhaps marking the occasion with a medal for those people who want a medal, perhaps? And also, would you seek to ensure that this prison service is in line with other emergency services for the Platinum Jubilee Medal?
Mr Speaker, I'd be happy to talk to the member outside the chamber and to get more information on what it is he requires. However, I would remind him that the first duty of the Director-General is to ensure that prison officers and those within his care are kept safe, and at the moment there are considerable pressures within the prison system given COVID and a number of other developments. So I think we have to prioritise our actions over the next while, but I'm happy to discuss with the member and see if there is an appropriate way forward.
Éireann Sir Maoliosa McHugh, Fáinne Ceist. I call Maoliosa McHugh for a question.
Minister, the Finance Minister has confirmed that there is £5 million ring-fenced for legacy. Can you confirm what it's going to be used for?
Mr Speaker, my understanding is that there has been some confusion around this issue. So there is an amount that is ring-fenced for legacy, which has been ring-fenced for the inquests that were agreed. There may also be additional legacy funding in terms of if you like, the work that is done by the Police Ombudsman and the police themselves in terms of legacy litigation. However, at this stage, we are working with the Police Ombudsman in terms of a business case that she has presented to us, an outline case, and we will work through the normal processes in that regard. The issue of legacy, however, is much more complex. Because the Secretary of State has unilaterally changed the proposals from the Stormont House Agreement around legacy and provided no certainty or clarity as to what will happen next. The money, for example, that was set aside as part of the NDNA commitments, which in total would have reached, I think, around 250 million, is not accessible to my department in order to deal with legacy issues, as it is ring-fenced specifically for setting up the structures of the Stormont House Agreement. I have written to the Secretary of State in that regard, and I have also flagged up I have flagged up with the Department of Finance and will continue to do so the particular pressures and uncertainties that face my department's budget in respect of legacy matters.
Ceist Orlaithí Maoliosa McHugh. Supplementary question for Maoliosa.
I think quite possibly you may have answered it in your response, because I intended to ask you when will a business case be submitted for this money by the Department of Justice, but it seems sort of, I wouldn't say clear, but a wee bit confused as to who might be submitting a business case.
Well, Mr Speaker, to clarify, the business case would come from the agencies which are dealing with those particular pressures, and it's the job of my department, first of all, to interrogate the robustness of the business case and then to pass it, once we're satisfied that it meets the test, to the Department of Finance. Even when the business case is approved by the Department of Finance, that is not a guarantee that we will be successful when we bid for money from the Department of Finance for those issues. So it is a challenge, and we have to be honest about that. However, I have to say also to members that the challenges which face the department and the potential costs of dealing with legacy in a piecemeal way will far exceed £5 million.
I call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, with 164 weapons being found in our prisons over the last 5 years, what actions is she taking to make sure that our prisons are secure and our prison officers are well protected?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that based on the conversation we had earlier around current supervision units and other things, it's very clear that we're taking every measure possible to ensure that our prisons are safe, and often those weapons are found as a result of the hard work of prison service to identify those who either bring weapons into the prison, secreted on their person, or indeed those who fashion weapons within the prison system from materials that are available to them. We do work with complex and often very violent offenders in some of those cases, and so we do have to be acute to the risk that they pose to themselves, to other prisoners and to the prison service. I have to say that I'm hugely impressed. It is one of the greatest pleasures of this job is to spend time in our prisons, and that may sound like an odd thing to say, Mr Speaker, but I have the luxury of knowing that I will leave at the end of my visits and that my visits are quite short. But I have been hugely impressed by the work of prison service. The dedication and the passion that they have for rehabilitation is second to none, and I really wish that more members had the ability and the space, and it's unfortunate with COVID, to actually see up close what goes on within our prisons, because it is truly remarkable.
Mr Easton, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer so far. Also, another worrying statistic is 453 items of drugs being found in our prisons over the last 5 years. Is there cooperation between the PSNI, the prison service and yourselves to try and close down those avenues of drugs coming into our prisons? Thank you.
Yes, it is a real concern, and obviously when those drugs make their way into the prison system, they cause huge disruption to the prison system. They cause huge danger, because often those illicit drugs could lead to deaths in the prison system. They could trigger underlying mental health conditions and a whole host of other things. But they're also, I have to say, a trigger for violence within the prison system, because the street value of some of those drugs is multiplied by a factor of 20 when they enter the prison system. And so then you have this contraband passing through the prison, and there is a huge amount of violence. One of the great difficulties in detecting drugs is that people are willing to go to extraordinary and exceptionally dangerous lengths in order to get drugs in and out of the prison, and that makes it incredibly difficult. So we have to manage that against the right for people, for example, to receive care packages from home and other things that might be necessary. We also need to bear in mind that the pressure on people who are put in a situation where they are trafficking drugs into the prison or attempting to do so can be extraordinary, and if they fail in their attempts, they may themselves then be at risk. And so we have to balance not only removing the drugs from the system, but also protecting those who may have been under duress in bringing them in.
I call Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her comments, particularly in relation to the prison service, and concur with those comments, and also confirmation that she now is looking at the issue. I declare an interest as a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board to ensure that the disgraceful comments made by the member, Mr Kellie, are dealt with in a way which is in keeping with the legislation. Can I ask the Minister what is the current situation with regards to supporting of multi-agency support hubs? Some concern has been expressed both by the Committee for Justice here in the House and also in correspondence to the Policing Board that that funding may possibly be removed.
Mr Speaker, when the issue of support hubs was initially introduced, we provided additional funding on a 3-year basis in order that councils could use that money with PCSPs and others to realign their service provision during that period. But the anticipation was that it would lead to a more efficient model of cooperation, and therefore that there would not be ongoing costs. However, we recognise as a department that the ending of that funding during the COVID pandemic, with all of the other challenges that the councils may face, is difficult, and therefore when we received representations from some councils who felt that they may not be able to continue with development of the support hubs in the absence of that funding, we have agreed to extend that funding now to the end of the year. We hope that that will buy us the time to be able to then review how we take this forward, because I remain absolutely committed to support hubs and very impressed by the work that they do.
Mr Storey, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for that confirmation. It is welcome, and could I ask the Minister that she will, in the spirit of what she has responded to the concerns that have been raised, engage with both the Policing Board, the PCSPs, the councils and the other elements